Crew. It is your favorite. Welcome to the new episode of the platform, honey. It is old nasty piece of hump day. I know you guys are probably getting up, baby, and getting the wife ready, getting the kids ready, getting the hubby ready, baby, getting ready for that morning commute, honey. So I said, you know what? Let me come on here and give an old nasty piece of morning show. All right, I do got my co-host here, Reckless Logic, who's going to be joining me. This is an open panel show, and we're going to have a very nuanced, very intelligent, intellectual unpacking of the drama and the tension between Unwind with Opioids and T.S Madison. All right, so I will be dropping the link as well after we get through our initial points, and then we can move forward. Before we do so, I need you guys to go ahead and thumbs up the video, because you guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another Conscious crew member and telling them to get their arses into the damn sanctuary, because the king is in fact Kang Gain. Also, please make sure that you guys share the stream out, set your notifications to all, and shout out to the 46.8, bitch. That number just keeps going up and going up and going up and going up. So shout out to all the new subbies. I love you guys. I could not do this without you guys. Teamwork makes the dream work. Y'all engagements, y'all commenting, you guys being interactive in the live chats, you guys thumbing up the video. This all helps the kingdom move forward, and it helps us to continue to build a community and to get our voices out there, get our faces out there, continue to just grow and expand, child. All right. So with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
All right, let me greet the Conscious crew coming in on this morning. What's going on, my Sharon? Hey, they love MJ. Hey, boo, on period, honey. This summer heat, I know, baby. I can't do Miss Summer Heat. I can't do no type of heat, baby. I be hibernating during the damn summertime. My AC stay running. I don't even go outside until after 9 p.m., baby. That sun got to be gone, bitch. Okay, so I am not a heat baby. I'm a Scorpio. I was born in the cold, unmerciful winter months, baby. I'm a Plutonian, so baby. Heat is my damn kryptonite. It's too much, and I'm in the deep south, so the temperature been given, in the 100s, baby. Teetering the 98 to the 115 to 105, baby. It's been blistering. What's going on, Phyllis? Hey, Sailor. Shayla, what's going on? Coco, hey, Latera, what's going on? Ray, hey, homebody. I'm getting dressed for work, and I'm happy I caught this on period. Hey, Deidre, what's going on? Perp, what's going on? Star, hey, Love, hey, Cherry on top, Grand Rising, hey, Pine Girl, Grand Rising, hey, Phaedra, Grand Rising, Grand Rising, Grand Rising. Okay, y'all continue to hit that thumbs up button so that y'all can get the notifications out, because, this is an improv show. And people probably sleep, but we're going to wake their ass up by, graping that damn thumbs up button on period. All right, let me go ahead and bring up my co-host, Reckless Logic. What's going on, group?
Hey, what's going on? Can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, y'all. What's going on, y'all?
You kind of static here a little bit, but yeah, you coming through for the most part clear.
Oh, Lord, girl.
Gonorrhea result, somewhat clear.
Girl, not me, bitch. I'm not have nothing with the terms of gonorrhea, nothing. But I will say this. Hey, y'all, how y'all doing? This bitch done dragged me up here on live, girl. I'm over here about to enter the dreaming state. It's dragging.
It's just kind of static. It's kind of static.
Girl, there's a lot going on. But hey, y'all, I'm over here about to enter the dream state. But I want to come on here, talk with you guys. Kiki.
Oh, there's gonna be no Kiki session.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
So me and Reckless decided to come on Because first of all, we usually up these hours. He be the keeping my ass up all night long, and then I don't wake up until 5 o'clock in the damn afternoon. Okay.
Girl, my job worked the hell out of me. They worked me like I was on the Amistad. I swear to God.
And now I'm returning the favor and working your ass like you won the Mayflower ship.
Yeah.
And we was up actually watching T on Top of T, which is the new hit digital panel show that Nosy Ho came up with, featuring me, Nosy Ho Live, Voodoo Doll TV, Royce Reeds, and my girl La Jew. And in that discussion, we ended up talking about the T.S. Madison and Unwind with Opioids controversy. You guys know that T.S. Madison read Unwind with Opioids down to the floor, girl. It went viral all over the internet, baby. People are saying she need to be nominated for Grammys and Oscars and American Music Awards as a result, girl. Y'all know that, you know, as far as I was concerned, it was the memorial and it was the final fatality, girl, of Unwind with Opioids, baby. To me now, all I see is a spirit whenever I see Unhinged, girl. I told y'all that, you know, when she's live and everything, and I see her little clips and I see her standing up on a microphone, all I see is that room being like a spirit box, and I'm looking at a damn soul that's just like going to and fro the damn earth, girl, you know, trying to escape this alternate dimension that she's now been put in as a result of her final coffin read, girl. Because, girl, T.S. Madison left nothing on the bone, girl. I mean, it was the total and complete crucifixion of Unhinged. However, that dynamic of a trans woman beefing with a bio woman has led to conversation somewhat around the trans versus bio women. It's also opened up a conversation about if there are boundaries when it comes to war. Like everything in life, nothing is a monolith. So of course, you know, there's no complete right or wrong in these situations. Everybody has a different attitude. Some people feel like, girl, when a bitch come for you or a bitch go low, you go to hell. Okay, that came from Miss Funky, baby. Some people believe that when you piss somebody off, you can't tell them how mad to be in return. Okay, other people believe that there should be some guidelines, there should be some parameters, even when it's got to be up. So, you know, it's just a mixed bag of attitude and perception, etc. During the T on Top of T panel discussion, there were comments in the comment section that I did not get a chance to really see at the time because I was just focused on being the host and being a panelist. But Reckless was watching the show for the first time because I wanted him to see what we did and you know, to give me feedback about the show, etc. And so I had an opportunity to see some of the comments from Monday night's show. So I want to use the comment section as a way to forward this conversation here today, which is the secret transphobia that I believe is in a lot of bio women, more than what a lot of bio women are willing to admit. And it was completely obvious that there is an underbelly of transphobia and an underbelly of gatekeeping because of how lopsided some of the criticisms were for T.S. Madison, who is a known self-identifying transsexual woman, comparative and relative to a bio woman like Unwind, who is a federal labeled proven liar, who is not even raising all of her own damn children, who owes another woman $4.1 million for coming at her throat, who is also owing the IRS $150,000 in back taxes, and who's had to dissolve her Kiwi Studios LLC as a result of not being able to put a zipper on her damn mouth, who had to also give up her dream home that she had her newborn child in and that she was raising her daughter in, just to move to Florida so that she could evade having her husband be responsible for this debt being transferred into his name, because in Florida there are certain spousal immunities as it relates to verdicts, etc., girl. And it's now in an apartment. You know, there's so many L's from this natural born woman, while on the other hand, you have a abundantly successful, incredibly successful trans woman who is being attacked, gaslit, and instigated by this natural born woman in this situation. I found it interesting that all of a sudden T.S. Madison needed to play it coy and to play it cute, even though she's the one being victimized. She's the one who is continuously being verbally assaulted by this woman that she once called a friend. She allowed her onto her platform, both on Fox Soul and her personal online platform, even gave her a Hennessy bottle to piss in because she couldn't make her pregnant ass to the restroom in time, and has just been completely supportive of her, only for this narcissist to do what Unhinged always does as a bio woman, has a pathology of being a wolf, to the point that now she embraces being a wolf. She embraces being a lowbrow content creator. She embraces defiling and perversing people's reputation. She has no integrity whatsoever. She puts HIV and AIDS allegations on people. She puts a pedophile allegations on people. She puts SA allegations on people just in a attempt to win an argument. This is what this natural born woman does.
Come on with the
Who
censorship.
I want to reiterate is also not raising one of her two children, who's not even breastfeeding her own newborn baby, who also ended up in a lawsuit that resulted in her having to change up her entire lifestyle that her children were also benefiting from, only to live in the gutters and the swamps of Miami, Florida, in a goddamn old ass apartment with no damn AC in it. Okay? And I found once again the emphasis on what T.S. Madison had to say about this deplorable woman, this deplorable female, who is not a great mother, who is not a great wife, because she didn't even listen to her intelligent husband, who was very much so interested in having his wife remove the content that the cease and desist were asking Tasha to remove, so that their lives didn't have to be impacted by commentary that they both could have lived without. Because was it that serious to continue to keep known lies up about another natural born woman? I found it interesting that a trans woman who's being fucked with by a deplorable natural born woman got held accountable, rather than this natural born woman who was verbally and mentally and psychologically abusing another natural born woman, aka Cardi B, who is subjecting her natural born children to this verdict, because now she can't pay and afford to take care of the children she uses her natural womb to produce. That verdict, that guilty verdict, literally changed the lives of those Black and brown children that came from that natural born woman's womb. And that natural born woman still has the audacity to be sweeping in front of everybody else's front door and has the audacity to continue to be slanderous, to continue to be injurious, to continue to be deplorable and low-hanging fruit, despite all that her own behavior has costed her, including her having to ship her goddamn son over to another continent in a Amazon Prime box. First class. Do you have anything to say so far, Reckless, before I go forward?
Hello, can you hear me? Do I sound clear?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I'm just gonna keep that same energy. Even before, when she first started coming to your platform, I kept the same energy, and you are in the forefront, also behind the scenes. I never liked that rooster. I was never a fan of her. I never liked her. I knew what she was about. I know how she operated it.
It's real staticky.
Girl,
Your microphone.
I'm gonna leave it alone right there. Then, never mind. Then,
actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna call you on Instagram on audio and just have you up to the microphone.
Gotcha.
All right, I'm about to call Reckless because I think his Wi-Fi struggling too bad, on his Instagram. Yeah, and you can also still support Unwind and still call her dead ass wrong because she dragged that trans woman's trans identity and she dragged the natural born woman that gave birth to that trans woman. So because we held T.S. Madison accountable in a 4-hour live stream. So I don't know where the fuck you was a lovely day one, but you probably need to zip your fucking mouth before you come up in this bitch talking what the fuck you don't know, because we had much needed accountability and criticism for T.S. Madison as well. So it sounds like you need to open up the book and you need to be quiet and you need to pick a book off the shelf, baby, and read all 4 hours of the book before you come up in this motherfucker talking about what somebody need to do. What the fuck you need to do is be able to support Unwind's drunk, sued $4.1 million owing ass, who is not raising one out of her 2 children, who had to uproot her children's lifestyle and move to the gutter swamp alleys of motherfucking Miami, Florida, and also hold that bitch accountable. That's what you could do. That's what you could do. That's what you could do. Because not only does that bitch need that tough loving from you, she also gonna need your financial contribution, bitch, so that she could extract her goddamn newborn child from Africa, put that baby back on her natural born titty, bitch, and resurrect the lifestyle that she initially was able to afford to those natural born ass children before she decided to run her natural born ass mouth and put everybody asses into a state of homelessness and chaos in her goddamn household. What you could do is hold this natural born woman accountable, bitch, for running her natural born mouth and fucking up the nuclear American black goddamn family, and still support her. That's what you could do. That's what you could do. Yeah. Okay, because we did what we were supposed to do as it relates to both of these women in my previous live stream for all those who were actually present and not speaking out of the side of their motherfucking throat. Now, Reckless, you was on the verge of about to say that you was keeping that same energy. So go ahead, boo.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Oh, so now you loud and clear. Yes.
Okay, so now I'm loud and clear. Mm-hmm. Okay. So the only thing I was saying is I was keeping that same energy in terms of Budweiser. Because the thing is that I never liked that rooster, never trusted that rooster. I already know how she operated even before she even tried to tiptoe and slam dunk her ass over to your platform, despite her having a bigger platform. But I also know it's all about impact and who you are connected to. And she is just like what you call horse face or whatever. They sabotage. They are not to be trusted. And I've never liked that. I'm in that rooster.
And never did. So the first thing that I want to lay out is talk about this whole, because this seems to be a misunderstanding. Because see, context matters and everything, and there's context here in the situation. A lot of people are throwing out a lot of opinions and a lot of thoughts, but they're not really educated on why certain things are being said the way that they're being said. So let's address T.S. Madison being jealous of Miss Netta, because this continues to be something that keeps coming up. Is T.S. Madison is jealous of Miss Netta? Let me ask for a little vote off in the chat. Matter of fact, am I able to create a poll? Let me see if I can do a poll in my chat. Let me see. Let me go to my live chat.
Right.
Let me see if I can do a poll. Can we do a poll? Where are the polls at? Where the polls for these?
Hey, man.
I don't see it. Do you know how I pull up the? I used to know how to do the polls. I don't do it enough.
You're gonna have to go to your YouTube live chat, and then
I
it's
am.
gonna
I'm
be
here.
like 3 buttons. I think like
I see it.
shit.
I put it down.
Yeah. Yeah, and then it's gonna say create poll.
I don't see create
Something
poll.
like that.
I see community moderation, participants, moderation activity, timestamps, reactions, pop out chat, and send feedback. But I don't see where I can do a poll at. But it did used to be here.
Yeah.
Let me see. Okay, I might decide everybody to vote off the old-fashioned way.
Come on, old fashioned.
Damn. How in the head do you do the polls? Okay, anyway, this is my question to you guys. If you believe that T.S. Madison is not jealous of Miss Netta, press 1. Put 1 in the chat. If you believe that T.S. Madison is jealous of Miss Netta for having passing privilege, give me a 2. If you believe that T.S. Madison is not jealous of Miss Netta having passing privilege, give me a 1. If you believe that she is jealous of Miss Netta having passing privilege, give me a whole nasty piece of 2. Okay, Jasmine says, hell yeah, she jealous.
That was quick.
Hell yeah, where that 2 button at? Oh, okay, but we getting them.
Jackson said,
we
said, fuck that, bitch. We gonna send 22.
We getting them? Are we getting a whole lot of 1s? So the 1s are overwhelmingly. It's like 1, 2. It's like 2 2s to a lot of 1s. Okay, a lot of 1s. All right, so nobody really believes that. Good. I'm glad that y'all are more educated and more sensible than that, girl. Shout out to the Contra crew, girl. Y'all got brains. Okay, y'all clear thinking like me. But for the people who are really confused about TS and why she has been reiterating, you know, y'all say that Miss Netta got passing privilege. Miss T.S. Madison is not bringing up Miss Netta having passing privilege because she cares that Miss Netta has passing privilege. She's bringing it up because she's gagging all of the transphobic bio women that use every opportunity they can to tell her that she's a man, that she looks like a man, T.S. Madison can literally just be minding her business on her post, on Instagram, or in her live chat, or doing her show, and some woman is going to jump out of the bushes and say, remember, bitch, you a man. So because this has been a running troll tactic against T.S. Madison as a visible trans woman, where trolls like to, where natural born women like to troll T.S. Madison about her gender identity. When she says, girl, you know, y'all say that Miss Netta is more womanly than me, girl, that she is more, you know, that she looks more feminine than me. She's actually gagging the transphobes, because the gag is y'all are telling TS that she looks like a man, but y'all couldn't even tell the difference between Miss Netta and y'all grandma. Y'all couldn't even tell the difference between Miss Netta and y'all aunties.
Gary.
Y'all couldn't even tell the difference between Miss Netta and church and the church mother at your family church. But y'all out here gagging her down, trying to make her feel like she giving every bit of testosterone when she know that to be true. T.S. Madison knows she is a juicy, she is a juicy woman. All her parts shake and move. She is slayed from head to toe. But when she's bringing up Miss Netta's passing privilege, it's a gag to the transphobic, natural-born female community that is constantly telling her that she's a man. But y'all couldn't even tell the difference between Miss Netta and your mothers. T.S. Madison is not bringing up Miss Netta's passing privilege because she gives a fuck that she has passing privilege, because she gives a damn that Miss Netta being able to pass or not pass don't change nothing in T.S. Madison's world. And even if you think that T.S. Madison looks like a hard brick Adam's apple toting ass full-grown bearded man, she's still that sitting at the highest position in the charts societally. She's still that sitting next to Beyonce. She's still that sitting next to her millions. She's still that with a legacy. She's still that with her success. She's still that with a reputable, lucrative brand. Even if that's what you think that is, even if that's what you think you see that still in the balcony, as T.S. Madison say, while you're still looking from the cubicle. You have to tell her that she looks like a man from your cubicle.
Come on, cubicle.
While she's looking like a man laid out beside her underground and above ground pool sipping a latte under Beyonce's sun. The gag is not her being jealous. She brings it up to gag the women that constantly tell she looks like a man and having the audacity to not be able to discern the gender nor the sex of Miss Netta, because that's a gag. That the constant trolling of trans women, you a man, 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 you a man. And a pre-op trans woman who has had no facial feminization surgery, who has not had any augmentations to her body, who doesn't even go over and beyond aesthetically, and is in her most natural state, y'all couldn't tell was given auntie or given uncle. Some of y'all were completely flabbergasted, and chin, double chin and all was hitting the damn floor when y'all found out that Miss Netta was a biological male. So it's Maddie trolling the trolls when she said, girl, y'all say that Miss Netta giving femininity, girl. Y'all say she giving more woman than me, girl. She's actually trolling the trolls, and y'all have let it go over y'all head. Secondly, do you have anything to say to that, Reckless, before we move on to some of the comments from the previous stream?
People are dumb. That's it.
People are dumb. Period. Okay, so I want to pull up my boo Dreaming Edmonds comments from the T on Top of T show, because I didn't really see her comments at the time, but I want to speak to them. Hopefully, if Dreaming Edmond is here, girl, she can hit the link too if she is present. Hold on, y'all. I'm texting one of y'all men's back. Hold on.
Come on, mistress. Talk about one mistress.
Period. The mistress, if you're nasty.
Come on, the mistress in charge.
So Jimmy Edmond is a faithful conscious crew member, girl. She was in the T on Top of T segment. And when we got to the TS versus Unwind with Opioids, girl, She was putting some comments in the chat that I did not really see at the time, but I want to address them here. Okay. Her first comment was, I'm not going to say she doesn't care about her children, but that was weird of her to say. So Jimmy Edmond was responding. So Jimmy Edmond was responding to the criticism toward T.S. Madison from some of the other panelists who were saying, you know, T.S. Madison, if she can really read, why does she have to read the children? You know, when you are a real reader, you can read, you know, anything. She could have left the children out of it. She's saying the same old thing over and over and over and over and over about Unhinged, but that's not true, girl. We have not heard this read. This final read, baby, this was an original read, girl. We did not hear this read from Madison at all, baby. Okay, this is what caused it to be thunder and lightning crackling to the damn sky and sending that shit viral. This was of another level, baby. This was a T.S. Madison exclusive, bitch. Okay, so no, she has not been saying the same thing. But in that being said, it can be argued equally to Unwind's point. Every time Unwind goes to talk about T.S. Madison, she assaults her trans identity as if we don't know that T.S. Madison is not a self-identifying as trans woman. So you're not even saying anything new. This woman self-identifies as trans. The T.S. stands for transsexual Madison. As T.S. Madison says, bitch, I showed up to the front door with the dick in my hand, bitch. I showed up in front of the world with the TS in between my legs. So this has been the only thing that drunk ass Unwind with opioids has been able to say over and over and over. You a man, you a man, you will never be us, you will never be woman, you will never, you will never, you will never. When the fuck is this drunk ass bitch gonna find her a original read?
Well, greasy ass.
Because, bitch, while you calculating up and trying to quantify T.S. Madison's femininity and womanhood, you need to be calculating up a goddamn payment plan to submit to the damn bankruptcy authorities so that you can get Cardi B, that other natural born woman who you verbally and psychologically abuse for no goddamn reason other than wanting to be famous. Only still for Joe Budden to cap y'all motherfucking interview, bitch, and send your ass into an intersectional Miami final destination as 5 o'clock traffic event, bitch, when you had to put that damn refurbished Jeep into damn park, girl, right at the red light and get to losing your motherfucking mind because this natural born man had the audacity to not let this natural born woman with this natural born mouth to also get his ass into a natural born $4.1 million lawsuit as well.
Girl, shook
it, girl. So when the fuck is Unwind gonna find her a original read? When you're gonna have something else to say about T.S. Madison other than her trans identity and targeting her TS, targeting her transsexualness, targeting her gender identity, targeting her gender, etc., girl? Like, this is the gag. You have a natural born puss. But T.S. Madison has a natural born dick that got her spending $4.1 million in shopping sprees and home building and brand development, while your natural born pussy owes another natural born pussy $4.1 billion motherfucking dollars. So it would seem to me that by far, if we had to tally up the score of who's more blessed, girl, and whose identity is serving them up, whose identity is working for them, whose genitals are working for them, girl, any motherfucking healthy sane person would prefer to have TS's wins to all of Unwind with Opioids L's.
Opioids.
Let me ask you this, Reckless.
Mm-hmm.
Would you rather be a big dick bitch or a big pussy bitch if you had to choose between the two bitches?
The big dick.
Oh, okay. Do we need to do a poll vote on that? In the chat, girl, would you rather have if you would rather have $4.1 million to spend on your damn self, or put a 2 in the chat if you rather have $4.1 million to spend on another bitch. If you would prefer to have $4.1 million to spend on yourself, your children, your loved ones, your man, your boo, your future, put a 1 in the chat. If you would prefer to have 4.1 to allocate to another motherfucker, put a 2 in the chat.
Yeah, that's the key.
Oh, okay, so it's giving 1 by a landslide. It's giving TS by a landslide. That's what I thought. That's what I thought it would be. You know, it really didn't take a rocket science. But back to Dream and Edmund's comment that, you know, I'm not going to say she doesn't care about her children because that was weird of her to say. It's not weird of her to say. You don't think that it's weird that a natural born woman who had natural born children out of her natural born womb doesn't have the maternal instincts and the maternal unconditional love to at least not auction her child off to Africa until he's at least 15 and can finally fight in these Congo ass wars, you know? But as a natural born child, like as an infant, you don't have the natural paternal instincts, girl, to care for what you just popped out like a damn pop top out of a toaster. You just popped them out. He ain't even had 24 hours to extract milk from your titty before he over there grazing grass and drinking fucking sheep milk.
Yeah.
You don't think that so you can argue for this woman possibly being able to love her kids, even though she's out here fighting literal men, physical fights with men, endangering her damn life and her well-being, endangering the life of her husband by entertaining physical altercations with the opposite sex. And you're going to argue that she meant, it's weird of her to say, no, it's not weird to say, because y'all will say any other damn woman who have the means. Because it'd be different if Unhinged was some broke ass woman running from an abusive marriage who can't afford to take care of her kid financially. She mentally is at her wit's end. She's a drug addict. She is mentally spiraling. But while this woman is not taking care of her natural born child, she got the nerve to be talking shit every day on the internet, revving up drama and spreading misinformation about motherfuckers, but she can't raise that motherfucking kid.
Fake news.
It'd be different if you was talking about a woman who didn't have the capacity. But if she knows how to work a damn soundboard, she don't know how to work a bedtime story and work them goddamn kitchen utensils in order to feed that damn baby some oatmeal and cereal. She got the nerve to be catching flights trying to get a damn Joe Budden interview. She got the capacity to be on tour with other YouTubers starting shit all around the country. But she ain't got the time, the capacity, the bandwidth, the spiritual, the mental, the psychological, the care for a child that just popped out of her damn toaster. T.S. Madison ain't got no kids at all. So how was it weird for her to say? I think what's weird of Unhinged to say is to not have nothing else to say about a bitch, because a bitch is so crispy across the board that all you can say about a bitch is she's a trans bitch. If that's all you can honestly say about T.S. Madison, T.S. Madison has literally won the war. She's won the war. You can't say that she's sitting in a marriage with a man who would prefer a Debbie Cake rather than to hit that pussy for a second time on his birthday. You can't say that she's barely raising one child she still has in her custody, more so because she needed the daughter to remain behind so that she could cipher property into her daughter's name in order to continue to evade Cardi B, who's trying to collect on her debt. Because the house that she gave up in Georgia, she put in her kid's name. The only reason why she even didn't send the daughter over there is because she needs another social security number in order to hide and protect her assets from Cardi B. You can't say that T.S. Madison is not taking care of one of her kids. T.S. Madison taking care of her own mother better than Unhinged is taking care of her own damn kids. So I don't find it weird at all to say, because just like it's being argued that if Maddie was a real reader, she should be able to read everything but the kids. If Unwind was a reader, a gagger, and a roaster, since she wants to be a professional shit talker, should have been able to read everything but T.S. Madison's trans identity and her mother. You can read her BBL, you can read her wig, you can read her house, you can read a whole lot of things. So just like Unhinged got to go to reading T.S. mother and reading her trans identity, Miss T.S. can go to reading them goddamn, and I quote, football head ass kids.
Oh, good. I chuckled when I heard that. I'm sorry. That is in Miami. If you don't, I'm pretty sure you guys know, but if not, I'm from Miami. That is such a Miami thing. We start talking about Miami people do not care. They start talking about everybody. What you said, from the cradle to the grave, baby.
From the cradle to the grave.
I think I also
because once you start slipping and sliding and you start ice skating and you start doing the electric slide outside of me, bitch, you don't get to tell me how the fuck I fight with you, bitch. Anything that you feel is on the line for me, I'm gonna put on the line for you. And if you're gonna create your own rules when it comes to fighting, bitch, I am too. So just because you brought a butter knife, bitch, you can't keep me from bringing an AK-47 to the fight. Because once you start introducing a weapons hoe, all the weapons are on the table.
Good.
So you better choose wisely when you get to choosing.
And I was gonna say, like, the thing is with the misrepresentation, like, T.S. Madison didn't start with opioids. She didn't. Like, opioids started first. Opioids started with T.S. Madison. Opioids talked about T.S. Madison's mother, and opioids also talked about T.S. Madison's transition. And so T.S. Madison responded with them football headed children. So the thing, and I think that was the thing I noticed whenever I was hearing multiple conversations on the YouTube space, when people were having a conversation, is that people flipped it. As in, T.S. Madison was just starting out of nowhere talking about the children. Well, I'm like, no. Let's run it back, because what people are doing, whether they realize it or not, they're starting from C, going to D to E, and then going to A, B. No. We're going to start from A, then we're going to go all the way to B, C, D, E, and we're going to go through that current, those current events in that sequence. Because when you start to take things out of sequence, then that's when people get all mixed up. What you about to say?
Who, me?
Mm-hmm.
I was listening.
That was it. I'll keep it short.
Mm-hmm. Like, once you instigate violence toward a person, you don't get to tell their asses how to fight your motherfucking ass back. But see, that's when I realized, Reckless, that was where like the natural born supremacy and the natural born
oh my god, cis supremacy.
That no, I don't use the word cis. The natural born privilege comes into play at, because there's an underbelly of transphobia present in this situation, because most people generally are transphobic and homophobic. That's just fact. Yeah. If it wasn't the fact, we wouldn't need laws to regulate the motherfucking land for queer people. Yeah. If most people weren't homophobic and transphobic and queerphobic, LGBT folk wouldn't be a protected class of people. We wouldn't need laws to assist and aid and abet in the protection and the safety of our asses in this system. There had to be laws established to keep motherfuckers in this system off our fucking necks on the sole basis of targeting our gender and or our sexual orientation. So it's all capped when motherfuckers try to argue that, oh, this isn't a transphobic and homophobic motherfucking society because y'all have justified homophobia and transphobia and queerphobia in the name of Christianity, in the name of the Bible, in the name of fucking religion, in the name of social norms, in the name of what's black and what's not motherfucking black, in the name of gatekeeping and these social goddamn scripts and identity politics that are fueled by religion, religiosity, and patriarchy. Because most fucking people are conditioned and indoctrinated to be transphobic, to be homophobic, most people in this country, just pull the band-aid off the shit, are tolerating queer people. And that's why a lot of people on the natural born side, natural born men included, natural born women included, they might support LGBT people, but it be to a certain level or to a certain degree. You see the power dynamic shift and the support change if it then comes down to having to choose between a natural born person who is wrong or a trans or queer person who is right in the situation. Because there is a queer-phobic issue, natural born folk will stick with each other if they had to choose. That's why in this situation with Unwind and Maddie is a perfect receipt, because here it is, you have a trans woman who befriended a natural born woman who has been instigated and antagonized and provoked explicitly and provocatively by a natural born woman who has not only took shots and dug at Maddie, but dug at her mother, who's a natural born woman. And yet, even with this natural born woman being a documented slanderer and a documented liar, there's a certain part of the community that would still rather have Unhinged than to have T.S. Madison. And I really want people to sit in that and to really deal. I want this society to really deal with that. You would rather apply more accountability to the trans woman who's defending herself against a natural born woman who she don't talk about, she don't report on, she go out of her way to not fucking deal with, since she want to get stupid. And yet every opportunity that natural born woman has to take digs at this trans woman, she does. And even though the natural born woman is the clear villain in the situation, clearly the provocative one in the situation, the obvious villain in the situation, the obvious bully in the situation, you still would rather have Unhinged be, well, yeah, she wrong, but T.S. wronger for how she's responding to her ex-friend, continually trying to go as low as she can, taking public shots at her in the most heinous and low-down way she can. But still, it's T.S. T.S. going too far. How much further do T.S. need to go when she's already turning the other BBL cheek to begin with? Once you have also given a bitch your quietness and your muteness, and you have ignored her or him, there is nothing else to provide other than to match your motherfucking energy. Because once somebody give you the utter and complete opportunity to make a U-turn, bitch, that's what my silence is an opportunity for you to hit a U-turn. That's what my quietness is. That's what my ignoring you is. That's what me not even talking about you is giving you the opportunity to do, is for you to pull a reverse Uno. But you have insisted, despite all of the opportunity, to just stay in your own lane. And then when I match your energy as the provocative one, as the antagonistic one, as the one who continuously coming for my motherfucking neck, I'm out of order for meeting you, bitch, with the same slanderous ass energy that you gave to another natural born woman, which is why your ass owe that natural born woman $4.1 million goddamn dollars. A known abuser in the form of a natural born woman is expected to have grace over a trans woman who is constantly being antagonized unjustifiably. Because there's an issue of privilege here. There is an issue of prejudice here that is not being addressed. And we have had this conversation a trillion times on this channel. And these are the manifestations that continue to make me write in my autopsy of the dominant society and their unwillingness to want to really admit that there are certain degrees, even if they're subtle, even if they're small, of transphobia. This issue and the lopsidedness of the criticism in a situation where you got Black women, minority folk, who would be willing to dispose of T.S. Madison and have her canceled over responding to a bitch fucking with her? Simply because they feel that as minority women, if anybody deserves the opportunity to sit where T.S. Madison sits, they believe that it should be a natural born woman sitting there. That's why T.S. Madison gets to be observed under this tight-ass microscope. The reason why the criticism is going to be magnified for T.S. Madison versus an Unhinged is because y'all already don't want T.S. Madison. Y'all already just tolerating T.S. Madison. And the fact that this is a biological male assimilating to woman aesthetically, feminine by spirit, and is taking up residency in space that has historically been reserved for women. She's on thin ice always. in the eyes of a society that has been conditioned to not even accept women like T.S. Madison. So when she does fuck up, it's an opportunity for people to then do what they've been trained to do from birth, what they've been trained to do since they've been exposed to the church, what they've been trained to do their whole lives in this transphobic, queerphobic ass society, which is to use the opportunity they think they now have as a result of her fucking up in their eyes, to have her step the fuck down, to back the fuck down, to be penalized. Because you don't want her there anyway. One of the things I hate, are you still there, Reckless? He done went to sleep, child. One of the things that I hate, because it's such a dichotomy, is you have the government trying to create legislation to protect LGBT people, which then leads to corporations and networks not being able to discriminate without being penalized. Which then creates this dynamic of a society that is not ready and hasn't done the work intellectually and spiritually before they're put into a situation where they have to deal with certain realities to feel like something is being forced on them. And then what becomes the end result is you have a society that's tolerating queer people in their spaces and tolerating queer people on their TV screens and tolerating queer people in all these capacities because legally it's what you have to do. But the side effect to that is that society never actually grew up. That society never made the genuine transition. So you still have LGBT folk experiencing all levels of discrimination, all type of levels of disproportionate privileges, etc. And then having the transphobes and the homophobes to be able to hide behind the fact that I don't got no problem. No, bitch, you ain't got no problem because you legally have to have no problem. But you still got a problem in your heart, which is why you'll still watch what you say to a certain degree, or any opportunity there is in a conversation around sexuality, you will take it as an opportunity to use your opinion and then hide behind an opinion where I ain't got no problem with queer people, but I just don't want them raising kids, and I don't think they should be adopted, and I don't think they should be teachers and educators, and I don't think they should, 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 and I don't think they should. But I thought you ain't had no problem. What? You just unloaded 99 motherfucking issues, but you ain't got no problem. And I know this to be the case because I've held these panels and these subjects for years. And all the people who ain't got no problem, girl, let the conversation get nuanced enough. Let the dialogue get nuanced enough. And then that transphobia, homophobia become jumping out, baby. Because the truth is, you only been tolerating this community of people to begin with. You want them to have visibility, but only to a degree. You want them to have access, but only to a degree. You want them to be treated decently, but only to a degree. Only to a degree. Because see, when it's tolerance and it's not actual love, and it's not an actual recognition of another person's humanity, you're always going to have your limits, because tolerance is a limited consciousness. Tolerance is. And that's why queer people are continuing to have to fight for their lives and fight for equity and fight for equality in a system full of people claiming they ain't got no motherfucking issue. but would rather vote Donald Trump into office if it means he will bring in 350 pieces of anti-queer legislation versus a Biden in who would just marry these niggas. Or to bring Obama in if he would just marry these niggas. Instead of holding the natural born woman in this situation accountable, who already has a literal track record of abusing and bullying other people, you would rather put the heavier onus and accountability on the trans woman because that's the bitch who you really never wanted to begin with. You never really wanted her taking up space to begin with. You never really wanted her to have the things that she have and to be who she is and to look how she look and to sit where she sit to begin with, because in dominant society's eyes, it should have been a natural born woman sitting there if any bitch was going to sit there. If any bitch was going to get the cosigns, if any bitch was going to get access to the resources, it should have been a natural born woman, not a trans woman. Dreamin' Edmond says that her mother is older than a child. Her mother can very well come on and defend herself if need be. A child cannot. And this is what really allowed me to really understand transphobia is at the root. And I'm not saying that Dreamin' Edmond is, but I'm using her statement to talk about a larger underbelly issue that is, once again, not really being addressed because nobody wants to act like they really that pressed, even though they really are that pressed about trans people. Everybody, especially natural born women, really want to go out of their way to not make it look like they feel inferior to trans women, when you can look at any comment section where Lil Boosie is going in on LGBT folk and find natural born woman co-signing all of his transphobic and homophobic rhetoric against queer people, but they ain't pressed. You can go under any fucking comment section where any of Malik Yoba's interviews are, where he's advocating for trans women, where he's acknowledging his trans attraction, and see natural born women going the fuck off and dragging this man, this black masculine presenting trans attracted heterosexual man, advocating for trans women, baby, taking his ass straight to the goddamn cross. But you let natural born woman tell it they ain't pressed. Every time a trans person is in the algorithm for any crime at all, for robbing somebody, for beating somebody, etc., girl, the focus becomes the trans woman's identity, not what she did, not her actions, but it becomes an opportunity to say, this is why I don't want them people there to begin with. This is why we shouldn't be normalizing these goddamn people to begin with. This is why we shouldn't be making these people acceptable in society to begin with. Once again, the transphobia just jumps out and jumps out and jumps out and jumps out and jumps out every time. Just allow the stars to arrange in a certain way. It becomes about the trans identity. And I already know what folk gonna say. Folk gonna say, well, LGBT folk go in on women all the time. Let's talk about the nuance of that. LGBT people do not make it about a woman being a woman. What the hetero natural born society does is make it about the queerness and of the queer person. They make it about the gender. They make it about the orientation instead of making it about what they claim they got an issue with. You don't find nowhere on the planet queer people saying, oh, that bitch shouldn't be a woman anyway. She shouldn't be a woman. She's an abomination for being a woman. She's being unnatural as a female. But what dominant society does is make the criticism and the feedback about who queer people are in their queerness. Queer people are not off the list of people who can be held accountable. Queer people are not people who can't be criticized and can't be fucking talked about. The problem with this society is that no matter what the queer person has done in action, the conversation and the criticism is about their actual queerness and not about what they've actually done. And I can pull up a trillion blog posts from Neighborhood Talk to the Jasmine brand to the Shade Room where a trans person is in the news for breaking the fucking law or doing something fucking goofy, being fucking inappropriate, and the conversation from the majority, from dominant society, is about that trans person's transness. But when it's a heterosexual person who is in the news for murdering or in the news for breaking the law or committing to criminality, the conversation isn't about their heterosexuality. The conversation isn't about their natural bornness. The conversation is about what the fuck they've done. That's why queer people constantly clap back at this society. Because you're not even judging queer people according to what they've actually done in action. Because you're secretly queerphobic and you're secretly homophobic and you're secretly transphobic, no matter what the queer person is in the news for doing, the criticism is, and it creates an opportunity to be prejudiced and discriminative and to get into your homophobic, transphobic bag. When a natural born woman is in the news for committing a crime, for breaking the law, for committing SA, for committing fraud, for committing murder, you don't find the feedback from the natural born community, the trans community, or the LGBT or the hetero community to be about the woman being a natural born woman. Every time trans women do anything, including defending themselves when they have a fucking right to, then becomes an opportunity for people who are actually secretly transphobic as fuck and queerphobic as fuck to make it about a gender clash. Well, it ain't got nothing to do with no fucking agenda. You got one motherfucker who is antagonizing another motherfucker, and we want y'all to keep that same energy when y'all tell any other motherfucker that when they go low, you go to hell. Or when you piss somebody ass off, you can't tell their ass how to fucking respond. Oh, that's all cute until it's a trans woman who got to wrap your motherfucking ass up. It's an LGBT man who got to wrap your motherfucking ass up. Until it's one of these alphabet folk who got to gather, baby, and bring about the apocalypse. And then all of a sudden, it's about gay men hating women, or it's about trans women hating natural born woman. But let it be a natural born on natural born situation. It's when they go low, we gonna go straight to hell. It's so funny that even in Madison clapping back at a natural born woman who is attempting to bully and antagonize her ass into an altercation and giving her ass what she's looking for because Maddie got time, space, and opportunity to do so, that in everything Maddie said back to Unwind, she talked about the facts of her life, including the very uncomfortable, dark facts of her life, but nonetheless the facts. That's why Unhinged won't be able to slap a lawsuit on motherfucking Maddie ass the way that Cardi B was able to slap one on Unwind ass, because Maddie, even in her clapback, as dark as some people will argue that it was, still spoke the facts. She didn't even have to lie. Unlike what this natural born woman constantly has to do when she engages and picks fights with motherfuckers who don't give a fuck about her and can talk about anything and get their Google AdSense checked and leave her ass off the roster all day, every day. And nothing that T.S. Madison said back to Unwind, you didn't hear Madison targeting this woman being a biological woman. She focused on the facts of her fucked up ass life, while all Unwind had was the targeting consistently of Maddie's trans identity. But it was okay for Maddie to be the big dick bitch when Unwind needed a goddamn commercial space to sit her ass in so that she could lick and repair her goddamn ego after that Cardi B verdict had wrapped up, girl, and she needed to come on Fox Soul show with T.S. Madison, girl, to pretend as if she was still in the winning seat. It was okay for her to be a trans bitch then, when she had a space to offer to Unwind. It was okay for Madison to be a big dick bitch when Unhinged needed space and opportunity, girl, to further her own reach by coming on to the Queen Supreme's court, created by a whole trans woman. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. And let me tell you the whole gag. And let me tell you how some natural born women are so committed to being transphobic as fuck that you will completely find it permissible and completely ignore the fact that this natural born woman, in an attempt to injure this trans woman, would even drag another natural born woman into the situation, which is T.S. Madison's mother. But yet the natural born woman community don't have nothing to say about that. The fact that Unwind don't just simply target T.S. Madison, she also consistently targets another natural born woman who ain't got shit to do with this. And that natural born woman is not only T.S. Madison's mother, but she is disabled. So Mother Mary is also a part of a protected class of people as well. And yet there's no outrage and criticism about Unhinged targeting this natural born woman for no reason at all, and targeting this disabled natural born woman for no reason at all, but yet claims she stands in the gap for a natural born woman. If you stand in the gap for natural born woman, how the fuck are you dragging another natural born woman into the mix, and then natural born women who claim that they in their feelings and they outraged as fuck don't got no smoke and is so committed to transphobia, girl, that they would completely selectively not deal with that. They will allow that to fall all the way back. Because that's just how committed motherfuckers are to being transphobic. That you will allow the natural born woman to get away with putting blood in the curb, bitch. Just to turn what the trans woman did as a molehill into a whole mountain. Y'all will be willing to sacrifice even other natural born women if it means being able to dog pile on and to finally get rid of the trans bitch who you never wanted to be that bitch to begin with. Out of all the motherfucking natural born women who claim they in they fucking feelings and claim ain't got a motherfucking thing to say about the natural born woman who is intentionally picking a fight with a trans bitch, willing to slander a disabled, handicapped, natural-born woman who's the mother of that trans woman, and psychologically abuse another natural-born ass motherfucking woman, which is why she owe what she owed to the federal government to this motherfucking day. And the bitch got delinquent IRS bills and not even raising one out of the 2 children that she motherfucking got. Girl, Unwind couldn't even compete where the fuck she can't compare, but I think that's also a part of the uncomfortable frustration about what's going on between this versus match between Unhinged and Trans Madison. It's because Natural Born Woman already feeling in competition to begin with. Already don't want trans women in the fucking space. And then the audacity to have a very esteemed and successful trans woman being able to take the winning seat to a natural born woman who is on bad behavior and rightfully so getting that work, girl. Oh, that plays too much into the dynamic that trans women out here taking up everything. They're taking the men, they taking the money, they taking the opportunity, they taking the urinals, they taking the bathrooms, they taking it all. Like I said on the T on top of T panel, there's a lot of things that I believe that the heterosexual community does unconsciously. I don't even think some of this behavior and privilege is necessarily intentional. Matter of fact, I think most of it is unconscious. I think the way that queer people constantly get disposed of, even when they're the victim in situation, the unwillingness to see queer people as victims, the unwillingness to see queer people and their defense mechanisms as legit, comes from a lot of that unconscious defense mechanism and posture that the dominant society has forgotten they've been programmed to have against queer people since being in the system. It's so ingrained in dominant society that I can literally sit before people and can see that they really know not what they do. They have no idea. They're completely separated from what they're really proposing and what they're really standing for in the moment. Here it is. You have a natural born woman, Dreaming Edmond, who I love down, but I'm using her as an example since she entered into the group chat, who would rather see Unwind as a sound and healthy mother than to be able to see T.S. Madison as a victim. Here it is. You have a natural born woman, Dreaming Edmond, who would rather take her mental faculties to try to imagine that Unwind is a good mother, even though she's not even caring for her minor child, than to conceive T.S. Madison as justified in giving Unwind 72 lashings on her motherfucking back. It is easier to imagine that a woman who lost her home, can't even care for her own son, who put her businesses in danger, who put her economy in danger, which is directly tied to her children and their livelihood. It's easier to conceive that she's still a loving mother than to conceive the trans woman as the victim. or justified. Wow. 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 You can't convince me that you outraged about what T.S. Madison had to say back to an antagonistic, federal known slanderer, liar, and abuser. But you ain't got nothing to say about T.S. Madison targeting T.S. Madison's mother, who's a natural born woman who's disabled and old enough to be her mother at that. But you claim to be warrior for woman. But because the commitment to be transphobic is a larger priority than actually standing on the politics some of y'all claim y'all stand on, you'll choose not to see that. You'll choose not to hold accountability to that. You'll choose to greenlight that if it means that the natural born woman can be seen as rightfully so, comparative to the trans woman who you don't believe deserves to be where she is and is even a woman to begin with. See, I'm not one of those people who deals with the surface shit. I also see what motherfuckers don't say. I listen for what you're not saying too. I listen to the subtleties. I listen to the word choices. I listen to see where the pendulum is swinging, where those Libra scales are tilting. And while T.S. Madison's read of Tasha K was uncomfortable, it was still nonetheless all factual. And it would have been it would not have been a dark, fact-based read had Unwind found her somebody else to motherfucking play with for the 11th time. But since it's okay to put and weaponize T.S. Madison's trauma, and it's okay to weaponize her gender identity, and it's okay to weaponize and to attempt to injure her mother, who's a natural born woman, a disabled one, at that, your kids are certainly on the motherfucking docket. The fuck? The fuck? Bitch, if you really think that you're going to talk about somebody's disabled mother, another natural born peer of yours, and your motherfucking kids not going to enter the motherfucking group chat, bitch, you got the game completely and utterly fucked up. And the gag is her fucking kids are more disabled than T.S. Madison's mother is, because they have to live with a disconnected, narcissistic, out of touch with reality, in debt ass bitch like Unwind with opioids. I'd rather have a wheelchair any day, bitch, than to inherit a mammy like that. But because motherfuckers are once again so committed to being transphobic as fuck, it don't matter that it's a natural born woman targeting another natural born disabled woman at that. You don't got no soapbox to stand on now, right? Ain't nothing to see there, right? Ain't nothing to hoot and holler about there, right? let's just hold the antagonized and provoked party more accountable in this situation, because it's an opportunity for us to be the transphobic motherfuckers that we are secretly at heart. It's okay to just say it. Matter of fact, y'all ain't got to. I'm saying it for you. And no amount of I work with a trans woman and you know, I'm not out here unaliving trans women. Your politics are violent. Your ideals are violent as hell. Your philosophies are violent as hell. And when you are so unclear and so uncentered that you can't even hold the blatantly wrong motherfucker actually accountable, I can't trust your ass in any regard. I can't trust your vote. I can't trust your authority. I can't trust your sense of well-being. And that's why I kind of hate what the government and what the law has done. While I understand the need for it, but once again, because the society has not genuinely overcome their homophobia and transphobia, they're under the impression that they're not transphobic and homophobic simply because they have to abide by the goddamn law. You're just abiding by the law. You don't actually really love trans folk. And that's why you'd rather choose and still vote on behalf of a wrong-ass heterosexual or a wrong-ass natural-born man or woman than to crown a righteous trans person or a righteous queer person. I'm gonna drop the link for anybody who want to come up and join the discussion. This false narrative that woman's community is not homophobic or transphobic is just a lie. Most of us as queer people not only had a homophobic, transphobic father, we had a homophobic, transphobic ass mother too. We had grandmothers and aunts who also held religious and homophobic and anti-queer ass philosophy and ideals too. I'm glad that the internet exists because the receipts exist. That this society is still largely a transphobic one. And you can find any comment section of a motherfucker in the Hotep community or a Dr. Umar comment section or a Lil Bootsy comment section or a Malik Yoba comment section or a Young Pharaoh comment section or a Brother Polite comment section. Filled with people ready to resurrect a king or a queen who could purge the land of queer folk. Matter of fact, this fucking system got the game so fucked up and so twisted and so out of fucking whack that y'all will choose to completely ignore Lil Bootsy, who subjected his own children and his own nephews to being SA'd by a street hooker. If it meant being able to protect him so that he could continue to be queerphobic. As long as his politics involved not liking them homos and not liking those chicks with dicks, then who gives a fuck if he's a R. Kelly? Who gives a fuck if the children that's a result of his own natural reproductive systems were intentionally subjected to being essayed and objectified and exploited, as long as he held anti-LGBT politics. But see, people ain't never ready for the real conversation. T.S. Madison whooped Unwind's ass. Whooped her ass. And guess what? Netta says a lot of us forgot T.S. was a sex worker, and she keeps on bringing it up. But guess what? And that ain't even nothing that T.S. Madison runs away from. It's nothing to even be ashamed of. Sex sells in a patriarchy, and women have gotten clever enough to decide that if we can't beat these niggas, then we're gonna join them and get ahead in this damn system and use sex to advance themselves in a society, and I ain't mad at it. So whether you're a sex worker in the form of being an escort, a sex worker in the form of being a stripper, a sex worker in terms of being an adult entertainer, or a sex worker in terms of being a pop star who uses sex appeal to market yourself. Sex sells in a man-made system. And guess what? When T.S. was out there selling her pussy, it didn't cost her children nothing. You know why? Because she ain't had none. All of T.S. Madison's decisions impacted her and her only. And she didn't lose in what she did. She gained it. Because she was able to use the residual from the intellectual property coming from her business as a sex worker in order to fuel her brand, which has brought her to the place she's in today, unlike what Unhinged can say. The only thing that is natural about Unhinged is a natural ability to fuck it up for herself and everybody else. I don't care about what no other community do to another community. We here to talk about the dynamics of trans women and natural born women. Because folk love to try to deflect. I was glad when Nosy Ho called it as a natural born woman herself that no, baby, natural born women are pressed. They are. My mama didn't want me to be gay any more than my pops wanted me to be gay. My grandmama didn't want me to be gay any more than my grandfather wanted me to be gay. Until there is an honest conversation amongst the dominant society about the role they play and about the unresolved homophobia, queerphobia, and transphobia that exists within them. They're never going to be able to be labeled as anything else but homophobic and transphobic as fuck. And queer people have had to develop defense mechanisms to live in a world they didn't create to begin with as a minority people. And we don't got to clarify all, but it's enough of them. It's enough niggas and it's enough women who with the fuck shit of it all. And who with the hypocrisy and the contradiction of it all. People will try to convince you that they fuck with you until it's really time for the scales to be equal. People will try to convince you and sell you on the fact that they ain't this and they ain't that and they ain't got no problem, baby, until it's really time to be equal in this bitch. Until it's time to actually be fair. Until it's time to really split the resources down the middle. Until it's time to start sharing in this motherfucker. And then the truth comes out. People love to convince you of what they not and claim they fuck with you until it costs them something. Until your shit moves into their shit. And then it's like, hold up, bitch. I can fuck with you, girl, long as you was over there. Long as you was at a safe distance. As long as I could support you, as long as you didn't ask for nothing real. As long as you're not asking to really be seen. As long as you ain't asking to really be heard. As long as you ain't really asking for anything that matter. Oh yeah, I can support you superficially. Until it's time for shit to get real. And then bye. Hey Snatched. Hey M Roof. I totally agree with that. There are test opportunities. These are tests and opportunities for us to elevate and practice. We cannot agitate for our rights while clamoring to strip away anyone else's humanity, starting with our own consciousness. And you know what's funny about the M Roof is that we can't do that because people don't understand. Like, this is the problem. When people conflate their opinions with their principles. Because this society is not emotionally intelligent enough to differentiate between your right to have an opinion and the distinct category that your principle should exist in. For example, and I always say this on my platform, perfect example. I remember a few years ago, girl, when the Satanists were out here rallying for their temples and their Baphomets and their statues and shit to be resurrected on the lawns of of the streets, you know, of the country. They wanted to see a representation of their religion, you know, at the White House, you know, at the State House. They wanted to see their flags and statues. Because my principles, right? My principles exist in one bubble, and that is human rights. That's it. That's all. If you are a human, then it means that you should have the certain basic liberties, freedoms, etc. allocated to you, period. Simply on the basis that you are a motherfucking human being. So because my principles are universal and have to do with basic human rights, I say, okay, you know what? If it's okay for these goddamn Christians, it's okay for these damn Muslims, it's okay for all these other people to have their crosses and have their temples and have their mosques, have their crosses, have their Jesuses, have their Marys. every damn well, then these damn Satanists, rightfully so, a legit religion, a legit spirituality, deserve to have their representations too. But guess what? So because that's my principle, is this is a part of your freedom of religion, the same privilege that Christians get to participate in, which is why you can hoot and holler out loud about Jesus. The same motherfucking legislation and law and privilege that you get to exist in when you get to hoot and holler about Allah, 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 Allah. The same legislation and liberties that the pagans get to participate in when they get to acknowledge all they 50 million living goddamn gods and the stars and the moons and the luna and the solars. Okay, rightfully so. These goddamn Satanists get to have their goddamn temples and their Baphomets resurrected too. But guess what? My opinion get to be, I don't fuck with Luciferianism. I don't fuck with Satanism personally. But because my principle involves universalism and is about human rights, it means that I got to be mature enough to not discriminate against fucking human beings based upon what we are collectively agreeing should be the personal freedoms and liberties of all people, simply on the basis of them being people. And I get to still have my motherfucking opinion and still vote for your right to have religious freedom, to practice how the fuck you want to practice whatever it is you serve and believe in. And just because I will vote for your right to practice how the fuck you want to practice doesn't also mean that I believe in what you practice. It don't mean I gotta practice what you practice, but because I have a right to do what the fuck I want to do in this regard, I have to keep it mature and have to keep it fair and vote for your right to worship and to be as the fuck you want to be. It is hypocritical to walk in a privilege you have and then think you can justify another human being not being able to do the same in principle simply because of your opinion or your personal belief. And this is why this country is so knotted up, because you got people being able to vote against other people's lives and to dictate other people's lives through presidential nominees, through political figures, through political parties who cannot maturely hold themselves accountable for keeping their principle system intact. Because if that was the case, you wouldn't have heterosexual and natural born motherfucking people trying to vote out the right for same gender loving people to marry the same gender loving motherfucking people, to adopt same gender loving people being able to A, B, C, D, E, F, and G, because those heterosexual folk and those natural born folk will be able to say, you know what, bitch, just like we got the fucking right to exist as heterosexuals, and we have the right to have bodily autonomy, and we have the right to have the gender expression of our own choosing, which is why you can have a heterosexual woman with the gender expression of masculinity. You can have a heterosexual man with the gender expression of femininity. Because you're participating in liberties. You're participating in rights. But you don't get to be the only person. You don't get to be the only group who get to have those freedoms. But once again, because Americans don't get to be held accountable, they get to take their opinions to the voting poll all the time and forget their principle system. They get to operate in this hypocrisy of, well, you know what, bitch? I want the right to dress and to be and to assume and to assemble and order the things. But bitch, because I don't agree with your lifestyle, or I don't agree with your reality or your identity because is how I was raised, or because of my religious, or because of whatever it is may be, then I'm going to be a hypocrite, and I'm going to vote you having access to the same keys that gave me freedom based upon how I personally feel. If you personally feel that I shouldn't have the same freedom as you because of what I'm going to do with that freedom, then you also should be a prisoner too. Don't be a fucking hypocrite and use your keys to get off the fucking plantation and vote me into that motherfucker simply because of your opinion. You can still have your opinion, bitch. And still be fair that we all deserve to be able to live in the realities that we see fit within reason. And once again, until this country grows up, until this fucking society grows the fuck up and understands the difference between they fucking opinion and a principle system, we're going to continue to have this head on fucking collision over and over and over and over and over and over again. We got somebody in the background named King Breezy. So let me bring up King Breezy. Hey, y'all in the chat. I'm going to speak to y'all. What's going on, King Breezy? Hey, Voodoo Doll. Hey, Sin. Hey, y'all. Hey, Ray. Hey, everybody.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well. How are you this morning?
I just want to know, and I just don't understand this because this is so biased. Like, this country is very freaking biased when it comes to sexuality.
Mm-hmm.
How come when it comes to kids, they'll say, my kids, oh, I don't want my kids to see gay people, or I don't want my kids to be like gay people as like molesters and pedophiles. But the thing is, I see so many multiple reports of grown people raping, or, you know, doing weird things to kids that's 14 all the way down to 8 years old. But how come everything is not all the way across the board? Why aren't they protecting their kids when it comes to all sexuality? Why does it got to be gay people? That is so weird to me. Like when you were mentioning Boozy,
Mm-hmm.
I just don't understand. And also the black community, because the thing is, the black community is also known for history of things that was going on. Because, like I said, we're not even protecting our boys. There's no balance here. There's no balance. Because
Mm-hmm.
it's the right thing to do. That's what you believe. But it's actually a sickness. Like, I just saw a kid, a rapper, at some kind of party with all these grown women at 8 years old. Come on now.
Let me tell you something. I be seeing people reposting kids cussing. I have seen Cardi B and Trick Daddy putting kids in music videos where there is hypersexuality going on. There are inappropriate and adult lyrics being performed on set while these kids are being used as extras and props and as dancers. And yet, like you said, there's no outrage. But let any of those kids be in a Lil Nas video. Let them be doing choreography for Lil Nas X, or let Lil Nas X be putting kids in his art for whatever fucking reason, just like the heterosexuals do. And then it'd become about the indoctrination of it all and the gay agenda of it all. And what about the children of it all?
Please, there ain't no freaking gay agenda. Now it's a rape agenda, because what they're using is they're trying to use gay to use it as a shield so that the grown-ups that's in the back prey on the freaking children. That's exactly what it is. Because they're protecting those people that's in the back, pretty much. Like certain families that be doing things to children. They're not protecting kids. They're not. Because it would have been a balance. I've
I
been noticing that for years of what these people was doing. Agenda. How is it an agenda? And the thing is, they're using that because those men that was wearing dresses, they were doing that by choice. It got nothing to do with an agenda that had a gun in their hand to say, I'm gonna force you to wear a dress. Because actually, the actors, the older actors, actually said, I won't wear it. So it doesn't. I mean, what are we doing? It's not an agenda. If you don't want to wear it, don't wear it.
That part. An agenda is you being mandated to put it on. And that's the case, how much heterosexual normality has queer people been subjected to since they've been in the earth? Are we calling that an agenda? Are we saying that there's a heterosexual agenda, even though there literally is? Because when you are literally putting people through conservatorship and you are putting people through conversion camps in order to make them straight, and you're subjecting them to religious oddity and to exorcisms and to ritualistic magic just to get the gay demon out of them, that is a
Look,
heterosexual agenda.
you know what? They try to say they're trying to protect their daughters, but they're really not protecting their daughters either. Because the thing is, some of these, some of the people that, like I said, there's a lot of DLness going on, and again, they don't know nothing about cleanliness or anything like that because they're just experimenting, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and also there's a whole lot that goes across the board because there's actually women that try to leave these men and then they're getting killed because they found out that where they were DL or something like that. It's actually getting more higher than ever before.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So they're not getting protected because they know this man for so long and they love this man for so long, and then when they find out, it's over.
But I'm glad you brought up that point, King Breezy, because that's another interesting point, is that homophobia and transphobia, like heterosexual and natural born people don't even realize how they're actually working against their own interest and well-being by perpetuating homophobia and queerphobia. Because sustaining homophobia, guess what? Maintains the download community. The download community is birthed out of people protecting themselves from the violence of homophobia socially, the violence physically, the violence psychologically, because to be a self-identifying queer person puts your ass in imminent danger the moment that you have the audacity to be honest about who you are. How many queer people, bisexual people, pansexual people, transsexual people have had to lose their families as a result of their identity, had to lose the respect of their peers in their communities as a result of their truth and their identities? And then the same society wants to completely badger the down low fucking community as if any of those L's are not real fucking L's that reasonably would make people deny their truth and try to assimilate to what's considered fucking normal just to avoid unsolicited ass rejection from people who claim they love them simply based off of truths and revelations that they cannot control. But that's the hypocrisy and the backhandedness of this whole system. You can't on one hand argue it's 2024, hoes should live in a truth, and then in the same breath, as a result of their truth, girl, we're going to tell them how they are synthetic and they're an abomination and they're going to hell and they are not being African and they're dealing with a mental illness and then say, well, come on out the closet, bitch, as if coming on out the closet is a walk down the yellow brick road, bitch. Come on out of the closet, girl. The reason why so many of y'all honestly want bitches to come out of the closet, the reason why so many of y'all really want niggas to come out of the closet is because you want to know how to discriminate against them. The real reason why a lot of y'all really want people to slap a label on shit is so that y'all know who to target. The reason why a lot of y'all really want folk to stand on business is so that you can have a direct and exact place to direct your bigotry to. Come on out the closet, and then as soon as you do, you the F word. Oh my God, y'all men around here sleeping with transsexuals. Just be honest. Soon as they do, oh, you a T chaser. Oh, you ain't no real man. Oh, you a F word. Oh, I can't fuck with you. You can't fuck with me because I'm trans attracted, but you want me to be attracted to you, and you popping pussy for every nigga within a 60 block radius. You done had every dick since Martin Luther led the march, but you can't fuck with me. You done experimenting with hoes and eating pussy since you've been in college, but for some reason there's a difference between you as a woman with a pussy in your mouth and me as a man with a dick in mine. Make it make sense. Once again, these are the hypocrisies of a democracy that motherfuckers don't want to be honest enough to actually fucking address and make it make sense. Come on out the closet. For what? So they can deal with all you hateful ass motherfuckers? For what? So they can be told that they ain't real men, and we gonna justify not loving you, not liking you, not qualifying you because of who you choose to love and who you're sexually attracted to? And then this is why queer, especially black queer people, will always motherfucking compare racism and queer phobia together, because it's the principle of the motherfucking audacity of it all. We have the audacity as melanated people to sit within a system with other melanated people and have the audacity to have a conversation about how you shouldn't see the texture of my hair as unattractive. You shouldn't see the darkness of my skin as unattractive. Keep it real virtuous. Keep it real loving. Keep it real upstream, girl. But I can form anti-queer politics against you. I can decide to find your bisexuality, an inherent trait that you do not control, that you have no say-so over. You feel this way no matter how many layers of heteronormativity you try to slap on shit. You got feminine energy moving through you as a motherfucking man, masculine energy moving through you as a fucking woman. And the same people who don't want texturism to exist, who don't want colorism to exist, who don't want anti-blackness to exist. Do you realize that queer phobia is anti-black as fuck too? Because anytime that you are discriminating against another melanated person, whether it's because of the coil and the curl in their hair, the darkness of their complexion, or the way they've been designed to love and been designed to fuck, you are being anti-motherfucking black. And even though it's not even historically true that homosexuality or transgenderism is even a white man's thing, even if it was historically true that it is, once a nigga had put a dick in his mouth or a black woman put a pussy in her mouth, it became what the fuck black people do too. I don't want to hear no bullshit about how, oh, it come from white people. So does the fucking iPhone that your ass would spend $1,300 on to use. It's from the white man. So it's the Hyundai you drive. So it's the Toyota you drive. So it's the grocery stores you shop in. So it's the EBT and the WIC and the milk bitch and the motherfucking doctors and hospitals that your ass motherfucking get service at. So it's the gas stations and the planes you fucking fly on. So are the goddamn airports you push through. So are the goddamn fashion labels you goddamn wear for fucking white people too. So are the goddamn MacBooks and the Windows and every goddamn thing else that you operate come from a motherfucking white man. Bitch, everything in your motherfucking world being designed and rotating around motherfucking white. Oh. Coming from a motherfucking white man. And you got the motherfucking nerve to be talking about whiteness. I don't want to hear that white shit. Fuck you. Okay, so we get to carry and do every other motherfucking white adjacent thing, bitch. But don't have the audacity to fuck like them, baby. Use their phone, use their couches, use their air, girl. Eat their fucking food. Live in their neighborhoods. Be hired by them. Get your check cleared by them. Get your timestamp cleared by them. Get your StreamYard working for them. Buy all of your surveillance from them. But don't you fuck like them. Half of us can't even afford not to fuck like them because we got DNA from their asses as a result of interracial breeding, as a result of motherfucking chattel slavery. That's why most of us melanated people are 12% this, 35% that, 25% this, bitch. And you talking about what the fuck came from a motherfucking white man, bitch, where at this point I done been socially engineered with damn white genes. Once my black ass did it, it's what became what the motherfuck niggas do. When this society becomes honest, nobody want to keep it real. Nobody want to keep it 100. That's okay. That's all right, baby. That's all right. Don't be honest. Don't keep it 100. Let's continue to see what the fuck that get us. Long as we don't want to do the real work, baby. And we don't want to take that real 4K look in the motherfucking mirror, baby. Oh, okay. That's going to continue to not work out for black and brown people. Welcome to the platform, M. Ruth. Can you hear me, boo? Oh, you're on mute if you can hear me.
Can you hear me, CTV?
Okay, yes, I can hear you now, but welcome to the platform. Can you hear me, boo?
Can you hear me, CTV?
Can you hear me, though?
Yes,
Oh,
I
you're
can
on
hear
mute,
you.
if you can hear me.
Uh-oh. You got to turn me down in the background.
Oh, I gotta. Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Can you hear me, CTV?
I can hear you now, but welcome to the platform.
Thank you. I'm a Bush baby.
Hey, Bush baby.
Can you hear me, though?
How you doing, love? Uh-oh. And you're back on mute, but I think you got me playing on a separate device. You got to turn that device all the way off and just talk to me through the device you own so that it don't echo. And y'all thumbs up the video, baby. It's probably her first time on StreamYard, child. She a Bush baby on top of that, child. Them Bush babies be virgins.
Can you hear me now, CTV?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? I think she's still listening. Okay. Let me. It's probably her first time on StreamYard, child. She a Bush baby on top of it.
I'm a Bush baby.
Okay, boo. If you can hear me, I want you to go out and come back in, but turn me off. If you got me playing on a TV, on a radio, on a tablet, if you got me playing on like an external device, you got to turn that device off. And you got to talk to me through the microphone that you're using on StreamYard, okay? Because it's giving an echo. Oh, this the piece of echo, child. And I just dropped the link for anybody who want to come up. She's brave for all of us bush baby. You ain't no damn bush baby, Sam. Your ass always. I done see you. You done been here for years, honey. Like, you a day one too. Talk about bush baby. Oh Lord, I was walking and had to stop because I was ready to fight. Let me take my ass. Why you say you ready to fight, Sherry? CTV shakes the whole damn team, the whole room, honey.
You ain't no Mr. Bush.
Uh-oh. Hey.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me? Oh God, I think she still got it.
Hold on, I'm gonna.
Okay.
Hold on, I turned off the TV.
Okay.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Oh, child, this is my first time.
Okay, you know, we're great. Welcome to the platform. Hey, Bush baby.
Thank you. I've been following you for so long, and I'm fangirling a little bit. This is the first time I've been on any YouTube content creators platform, and I just want to thank you. We are in spiritual warfare, which you already know.
Yeah.
And I want to thank you because we desperately need your mind, your heart, and your soul. I'm a teacher. I've been teaching since 1993. I teach college. I'm a professor.
Oh, okay. Nice.
And I teach about gender. And I've been doing it for 12 years.
Wow.
And the beauty and power of who we are is that there are societies all over this globe that have had 3, 4, 5 genders that have been exalted, that have held high status positions, that have been a key part of their communities. And white supremacy and colonization changed all of that.
Yeah.
And people like me, I touch my students and maybe, you know, the community members that I work with, but I don't have the reach that you have and that a platform like yours has. So I just want to thank you and keep doing what you're doing. I'm a cisgender woman. I go by cisgender. I do. Okay. Gender and biological sex are 2 different things, hard stop, period.
Period.
People have known this for a very long time. This is not just because I'm a PhD and I'm a doctor. I'm also a heterosexual, but not heteronormative woman. I am fully integrated with my masculine and my feminine energy and everything in between. I have been mistaken as a transgender woman for years because of my height. I'm almost 6 feet. One of my little brothers is an NFL Hall of Famer. We were bred that way. We're big-boned, strong people. And I have been masculinized as a Black woman way before YouTube and all these gender wars.
Yeah.
That is the continuum that we're on as Black women. I know that if someone just sees me out and about in this day and age and they misgender me, I might not know until they've pow-powed me or they've tried to unalive me. That's the whole point. We have got to honor the sacredness and the divinity of all life and one another. And everyone is free to have their opinion, but stay where you at. Don't come over here and don't be doing all that bald-headed whole pussy popping shit. As you like to say, I'm a academic. I be breaking shit down. But again, this is and I'm stating knowledge, I'm stating facts. I teach ethnic studies and Black studies in California. Everybody's entitled to their opinions, but if you're uninformed and you're ignorant and you don't know, then it's just like an asshole. It's basically worth the same as shit. Got me up here all night. I'm a night owl. I've been up, I'm listening to this. So I had to come out of the bushes and I could just go on and on about this. I am just
for you then. First of all, thank you for your contribution to the education system because we definitely need more Black and brown people in these spaces as educators. So shout out to the work that you do. and for the enlightenment that you bring to people all around the fucking country who have the privilege of experiencing you as an educator. As a melanated, educated, clear thinking, feminine being who is in touch with her masculine too, like when you look at the conversations and you look at the growing tension between the trans community and the natural born woman community, like, do you think that this is an issue that can be cleared up through education? Do you think that the elixir and the remedy to transphobia, and I'm glad you even talked about the way that you're masculinized under a patriarchy, which is the transphobia that T.S. Madison was saying last year, also impacts natural born women too.
Absolutely.
Like these patriarchal ideals that then take the shape of transphobia also become the very same poison that also ends up othering even natural born women who are not in control of their own genetics and who rightfully so are made in the image of both their mothers and their fathers, like we all are.
Mm-hmm.
And these issues of aesthetics and height and weight and featureism and all of this shit shouldn't even be a fucking thing to begin with, but we know what type of system we live in. But what clears this up? Is it education? Like, have you been able to see that once people get the education, once people sit down and really understand gender, they understand sexuality, they understand history, they're able to have the resources academically, that it leads to an enlightenment? Or is something else the remedy here? Is something else to aid and abet in the healing of sexuality and the gender discrepancy we have amongst the Black and brown community? Like, from your perspective, what is the resolution to this?
That's a great question. I mean, I think that it's the opposite of sound military strategy, which kind of says don't fight a war on many fronts, but we have to. I think education is one tool in the arsenal that's really, really important. And I think that we definitely need to start at younger ages in our schools, just teaching just about basic human sexuality, period. We need to talk about how we have evolved to become modern humans. We need to talk about that, biology, what our biology means. What does that actually mean? And we have to understand that our sexual biology is different from how we express our gender. And really, we have to expand sexuality beyond these boxes to understand that everyone's sexuality is actually inherently unique and sacred. Now, having said that, I think that as an educator, it is my calling, it is my divine assignment, but I teach very holistically. I always have. I've always taught more than just from the neck up to someone's mind. I really teach to their heart, to their spirit, to their psychology. So for me, I started teaching 7th graders in 1993 in Washington, D.C., and I really understood at a pretty early on that this was my sacred calling. It was my way of helping to nurture my students socially, emotionally, and intellectually and spiritually. And it was my kind of channel for healing. And so I think what we can actually do this work across the board, because it is going to take more than education. It's going to take not having children or young people or wherever we are in our journey, taking ourselves out of the feedback loop of all of this indoctrination, which is just indoctrination of hate in a lot of different forms and of fear in a lot of different forms. And I think wherever we are, whatever it is that we do, starting with our own relationships, starting within our own families and communities, when we can, whatever the topic or the issue is that we care about, learn about it, Google it. You can find everything, all kinds of information and all kinds of work and research online and just educate ourselves and be, I do meet my students where they are. I don't come up here, I don't call my students bald-headed hoe, pussy popping, sour puss or any of that. But I develop a relationship with them first. I develop a relationship built on mutual respect. And I also present a lot of as much factual information, but I also ask them to really reflect on their own personal experiences, on the experiences of their loved ones. And everybody has experiences around gender, right? And so there is a way to say, well, how have you been harmed based on your own gender identity? And it doesn't matter if you're natural born male or female, there's harm in all of this. So I think that we can change it. And I think that's why, in particular in this country, there has been so much censorship of education and of truth and of knowledge in our schools, from elementary to middle school to high school to college. And like people have been talking about Project 2025, I may be out here in California where what I teach has been passed by state law. But if Trump gets in office, all hell literally is going to break loose. But education is so powerful. That's why I keep doing it. And I'm still passionate about it after doing it for nearly 30 years in different positions. And that's why it's under such attack. That's why it's under such threat. But I think wherever we are, the best thing that we could do is to work on our own healing so that we really get at whatever judgment or whenever we find ourselves wanting to control or dominate or exclude or subjugate anybody else, that is what needs to be healed. And we need to start there. We need to start there and just keep on putting one foot in front of the other. But education, yeah, it's a huge, huge, huge tool. That's why it's under attack. And if Trump gets arrested, if he already got arrested, if he gets elected and these folks get in with Project 2025, they're going to have to come out to California and arrest me because I'm not going to stop teaching what I'm teaching.
Baby, there's a lot of us are prepared, baby, to go to jail the old-fashioned way, baby. I'm going to get me, baby. Ain't going to be no compliance. Yeah, I agree. And I had asked that question because I know how powerful education was for me. It's kind of weird because, obviously I grew up in the South. I grew up being raised with traditional, so-called traditional cultural beliefs within the community. I was raised in the church. I come from grandparents who were deacons and deaconess and come from parents who were part of the choir and etc. So all of that Abrahamic faith stuff was completely ingrained in me. But one of the best things that happened to me was once I got older and I started to go through some supernatural stuff, it really kind of pushed me out of the church because nobody knew how to deal with the things I was experiencing. But being pushed out of the church is what led me to it forced me to find another home. And in that, I stumbled across Buddhism and paganism. And as I started to understand that, oh my God, like there were so many other ways to perceive reality. There were so many other ways to perceive God. There were so many other ways in which spirit was also like communicating through people. And then those were like the kind of the building blocks to me learning that there's a whole world outside of the confinement that we are kind of incubated in when we are a part of communities. Typically, we are a part of communities that have very particular and specific ideas. It doesn't include a broadness of thought, a broadness of worldview, a broadness of perspective. It's very tailored. It's very custom to whatever said community. Just like privileged kids are raised a certain way with a certain mentality, they are afforded a certain lifestyle. Poor kids are treated a certain way. They inherit a certain worldview and understanding based upon the conditions in which they inherit, etc. Like there are realities connected to all of these things, but that was something that led to the empowerment of my mind. And I realized how philosophy is for me has been very transformative,
Mhm.
understanding that the mind is just a space of thought, and that you can have creative input in terms of what you allow to be your reality or realities. And nobody had ever taught me that I had that type of autonomy. Nobody ever taught me I had a creative right to my mind. That was something I had to, under circumstances, just kind of stumble into this empowerment. I stumble into this inherent privilege I had that nobody taught me about, because I came from systems that wanted me to conform like everybody else did in that system. Nobody taught me to think for myself. Nobody taught me to stand in my own autonomy. Nobody taught me to liberate my mind. Nobody greenlit my right to think for myself and supported the confidence in doing so. So once I got older, and then I was kind of, exiled from the church, if you will, it actually was the best thing that happened to me, because it walked me right into the light. So that emphasis around education and people just understanding that there are different ways to see the world, like even when it came to gender and sexuality, like I've been in our history books. I know how far back bisexuality and transgenderism goes in our ancestry, and how homosexuality, transgenderism is all over the African continent prior to colonialism, prior to colonial invasion, prior to imperialism. There are literally whole archaeological finds where you have queens who identify as kings and have a harem of men who they refer to as their wives. You have pagan mystics in certain African countries that were known to gender swap between masculine and feminine, being revered in their own communities as grandmothers and grandfathers. You had literal institutionalized homosexuality going on in other parts of Africa, where men who became of age could literally occupy that country's military and accompany the soldiers as alternative wives and alternative companions, sexually and emotionally. Like, there's literally so much shit that is literally in Black and brown history prior to colonialism that is not taught. And so I learned that even the hoteps are being disingenuous when they continue to revert the conversation to this is a white man's thing, that homosexuality, transgenderism is a white man's thing. And it's ironic that even hoteps can say that while also claiming that Black and brown people were the original people, which means that even non-melanated folk are an extension and a byproduct of Black and brown folks. So really, if we are the original design, it means that all things in principle really began and started with us, but they don't even realize how they even undo their own math equation when they argue on one hand that we were the original and we were the first and blah, 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 and the white man came after, but yet it's just all a mess. But education, I say, has been very fundamental in the empowerment of my consciousness. And I wonder what would happen to our people if priority was taken up in education, if priority in philosophy was something that was engraved into our everyday reality, just like what's already in the American curriculum educational system. Like, what if these things were here? But once again, somebody said it perfectly, and it was Seti T who says education is key. It's one reason education is always under attack, and it's because the gatekeepers know that education is ultimately enlightenment. Education is empowerment. So they have to cap off what's taught. They have to provide guidelines to what is taught to American citizens so that you don't fuck up and give people the power to overturn a oppressive and manipulative system. And you keep them from doing that by keeping them sheep, by keeping them dumb, by keeping them in a low vibrational state, by keeping them non-intellectual. If you don't give them the tools to exercise their intellectual faculties, then they can never really fully self-actualize. They can never be intelligent enough to read in between the lines and empower themselves and find a way out of this matrix that we've created, this psychological cage that we've created for these people. So I know why they won't do it, but we need to do it. And if anything, with us seeing what's coming in Project 2025, and with us seeing that they're already taking the arts out of school, Project 2025 plans on defunding public schools, etc., leading to the poor getting poorer in spirit, the poor getting poorer intellectually, the poor getting poorer in every damn regard. What that should be communicating to us is, oh, we need to go over and beyond to prioritize education, and not just in terms of like forcing the public school system to do its job, but we as parents, we as guardians, we as a community need to be emphasizing education in our fucking homes. Like, our children should be reading, they should be looking at documentaries, there should be an intentionality to introducing philosophy. We shouldn't even be completely codependent upon the government and the public school system. They would love for us to be solely codependent upon them, but we can't even afford to trust them in that way and to expect them to do that job, because they're not going to. So there's going to have to be massive accountability on the Black and brown community, just like with us as a people, and us taking personal interest in the young people that we're raising and the generations to come after, and what we're really giving to them and introducing to them, and what we're really prioritizing in their lives. And it really should be education. But I know that the community is also going to have to do this, the work to decolonize their own minds first. You know that we've got to start with self, and we're going to have to challenge and come to terms and to have this kind of spiritual and intellectual confrontation with ourselves before we can even get to evangelizing and rewarding the younger generation with that freedom and that liberation. I want to also welcome Sin to the table as well. Hey, Sin, what are your thoughts?
Good morning. I see you woke up and chose
Violence.
Good but hey, it is what it is. And to the lady that's on the docket, I give you flowers for being an educator and seeing the whole person in all of its humanity, and not buy into the boxes that they're trying to put education in. And I sit in the seat of a lot of what she's saying, because healthcare, seen as a female, especially nursing dominated profession, as well as education, these are the two areas that are constantly, as in today's society, on the actual reverse of it all. We're reverse in pay, reverse in the respectability of our craft, of the education that comes with it, and all of the things. I think all of us, Black and brown, we need to get real clear, and we have less than 4 months to do so. And I mean clear on humanity. Number one, the non-melanated folk could probably be feeling how we feel with the divisions of the HOTEP and trans women and LGBTQ issues and all of this stuff, but they are going to bind together to push whatever agenda they want to oppress the melanated folk. We sitting here having real public arguments over stuff that if we don't get clear in these less than 4 months, we all are going to get clear after the 4 months, because we're going to be trying to do whatever we can to survive. With that being said, that what she was saying, Project 2025, we're going to give a good less about who's sleeping with who and what you got in your pants and how you identify with it and what tools of your body you use in a sexual manner, when we are all going to be below that plumb line, below the scratch line. We need to get clear about this. I mean, the world is changing. If God didn't want the way humanity is structured in the earth, he could take us out. He's done it before. He could do it again at any time, at his will, however he wants to do that. Like you said, Hotep is disingenuous when history has shown, and you have done the studies of whole communities in Africa that had homosexual activities. I don't know where our black men, and I mean straight black men, get off oppressing anybody. That's just like me oppressing other women of color and my people of color when I get my ass kicked on the job 24/7. Even just recently with getting a job, I had to choose what battles I want to fight for the greater good, and my friend girl had to remind me of that, because I don't let and part of the problem with everything going on is white women, because they sit back and empower their men to do the shit that they do. They are, it doesn't matter to me. Yes, it does, because you are a direct descendant and direct recipient of whatever the shit that they allow. I hate that we're having to have these conversations in these public spats, meaning Tasha K and T.S. Madison, because I've been a T.S. Madison follower for a long time, over stuff like this when we got bigger issues afoot. And I think Tasha K could be doing and allowing for this, thinking that, well, since I'm miserable and my shit is on the downturn, I'm going to keep messing with her till she lose sponsors and lose what she's got going on. Sometimes you just got to let folk think and say what the hell they want. Long as you know the truth and you walk in it, that's their problem. Because if you don't give them nothing to answer to, they not going to keep having a public fight with themselves. They'll pipe down eventually. So I'm going to need Maddie, if she listening, get clear, baby. Let that miserable hoe and her family and her kids be over there miserable and going broke. Stay the course, because you did a lot of the work to bring yourself out of a career that they're trying to shun. I don't, shit on nobody's occupation. Hell, she was an SA worker. I mean, a S worker. It got her to what she needed to do. She's clear on that. Hey, that's her path. Who am I to judge? But I'm going to need for us to sit at the table together and stop having these micro spats amongst stuff that, as long as you screwing whoever, if it's not putting food on my table, I could give a god less. I'm trying to see. I'm trying to, even in the healthcare space, because a lot of what 2025 has got going on could put me in direct violation of some stuff. Having a patient miscarry right before me not too long ago. Had I been in another state with my name on that chart, because we couldn't stop it, hell, I could have been going to jail along with the doctor just a couple of weeks ago. What they're trying to push is against us black men. I don't care if you don't like the LGBTQ or whatever, that's your business, but shut the F up. We got bigger issues to be fighting here. Stop doing the devil's work. And it's just angering me that we keep having these conversations. And I'm like, we got less than 4 months where all of our lives will be subjugated to, utter misery, that they're legislating against our own humanities. Something that if we don't get clear and start actually getting younger people involved in politics and going to the polls and interested in, the humanity of black and brown and the things that concern us, we may never get an opportunity to overturn these laws. And ain't everybody can afford to go live in another country. UK and France just decided, you know what, this ultra conservative bullshit ain't for us. They're getting their people out there to vote and be inclusive in DEI, and let's govern how the world looks like now. It's a mixed bag of everything. Everybody has a right to a piece of it. I'm just getting. I love my black men. Lord knows I love y'all to my heartstrings. But I think you all are being some of the dumbest, backwardest ass antics and ideologies because of what you are afraid that might be in you or you may like if you ever had the experience. I'm just getting sick of this.
Saying I'm almost impressed by by the social experiment of philosophy done on the general public, because I'm listening to you scream, we got bigger, and then as I'm listening to you, I'm just like, and these people can't hear that because they have been taught that the things they're fighting about is the bigger. They've been taught their whole life that this shit is a big deal. They've been taught their whole life that this gay shit is a big deal, that this trans shit is a big deal, that this gender shit is a big deal, and it's connected to their salvation, and it's connected to God being happy with them and letting them into the gates of heaven. It's been driven in using, the psychological tactics of eternity and immortality and a God complex. It's wrapped up in all of that shit. And I have literally heard people literally argue and really believe that if I support these things, my government maybe stripped me of my rights. I got to deal with that. They're taking away funding. They bringing Jim Crowism back. They doing all that shit too. But at the same time, I got the government to my right that I got to fight. But I don't give a fuck what the government do. I'm aware that I got a God that got to be happy with me because I want to go to heaven. And if I support these LGBT weirdos, I'm going to go to fucking hell. And they're almost.
I was going to say the reality is if we don't support and just love them based on their humanity and get out of their bedrooms and all of their privacies, hell, we're going to hell anyway. Which hell do you want to die on? Hell on earth or the eternal hell? Because at this point, it's, all this legislation is to run you all back in the closet. We can't run our black skin back in the closet. We have to start practicing our religion in our homes. We're not going to be able to have our Bibles or an expression of the God of our understanding. This is where they're trying to go. This is what this is all about. But yet, we got micro hang-ups of stuff that we need to sit to the side, be like, look, hey, just like I remember there's a time, coming up in Gary, Indiana, when there was vice lords and Five and Bloods and Crips and all of that kind of stuff. When there was a bigger issue to fight, look, I'm going to get at shooting at your ass another day. But right now we got popo breeding down our back. So what we going to do here? Even if we had to bond together to against the common enemy, hell, I'll get at you another day. And that was back in the day because, you know, the gang stuff don't work like that no more. But I'm worried and I'm scared because being a black woman, an educated black woman, we still below the scratch line of everybody else. When we start to allow for the legislation of dumb shit, even though we may not think as a heterosexual educated black female that it doesn't affect me, it does. Because now my humanity, wherever I lie in Project 2025, is going to be legislated against. They've already taken away our overtime as nurses. They've already decreased the pay scale, whereas 20 years, in 2000, I made more money than I make now. They're going to oppress me back to a place that I'm not going to even be able to afford to fucking breathe. Which means if that happens for me, even though you are a black man, yes, LGBTQ in that community, you just going to be sitting right above me under that scratch line. Conscious. I mean, that's what they want. But if we mess around and give them what they want, especially black men, because they have such a problem with the quote unquote alphabet community, they're going to be the main ones out here pissed and taking it out on black women that we should have done more. Look, stop trying to be them. Let's love each other anyway and in spite of. I mean, hate it. We can't afford to hate. We don't have the power. We don't own shit like this. We can be prejudiced. We can't be racist. We can't afford to hate. Because we ain't got
and that's been
the piss in a window to throw it out.
And that's been the audacity of our community as black and brown people, is the audacity to think that we can actually afford division. The audacity to think that we could afford to be compartmentalized. The fact that we have the audacity to actually think that we have the luxury, that we have the space, that we have the numbers to think we can be divided is crazy as hell to me. And I think that that's really what's been behind black and brown queer people saying to hetero, natural born, other black folk, the whole like race compared to homophobia, transphobia thing is the audacity. Like, you can't, we don't have the numbers and we don't have the resources to be able to afford eating our own. And what are we really quantifying as blackness if we are not quantifying queer black people? Because those are black people too. Those are black people. Black people with black ass skin in this black ass system under a census being identified as black ass folk. And that's also been the damage and the bullshit of religiosity and of patriarchy and of anti-blackness. It's made us so blind, and it's made us so goddamn audacious. But we're gonna have to get really fucking educated, because the reality is there's just not like one issue that exists. We got a plethora of issues, and we're going to have to learn how to be Medusa in this bitch or Shiva in this motherfucker and activate many arms and many legs to deal with the many conflicts and the many complexities of being black and brown in this system. But you know what's so funny? As you was talking about how scared you was, I got this sense of relief, because I can see spirit using the delayed reaction of the black and brown people to the imminent danger that we're under as a way to finally arouse that civil war that has been long prophesied to come and to express itself in a full-on Middle Eastern way. Maybe the reality is, as sickening and exhaustive and as disappointing as it's going to be, is that the Black and brown community is going to miss the mark. And we're going to be majoring in a lot of minors and minoring in a lot of majors. And we're going to miss the mark. And this system is going to prevail. And our lives are going to be complicated as a result. But the full circleness is going to be that that's going to be probably the final straw that breaks the camel's back, because we're going to be existing in such a polarizing reality that is going to be so unsurvivable that we're going to have no chance but to nuck and fucking buck out of the cage. We're going to have no fucking choice but to hammer away at the barrel. And it's unfortunate that I think it's going to take that pressure, that type of pressure, but that's probably seeing what the hell is going to happen is we're going to miss the mark because we're just not there and we don't get it. And we are so behind in what we should be prioritizing as a goddamn community. But I don't think all hope is going to completely lost. I don't necessarily want to see a civil war. I don't want to see America look like that of a Middle Eastern country. I don't want to live in a war-torn country. I don't want that to be the way toward our salvation, but I feel like that's the road that we're going to nonetheless end up on. And I do think that once that happens, once Black and brown people engage that energy, once we engage that survival energy at that level, once that pressure hits us in that way, I think is going to arouse all of the cellular memory that is storing our ancestors and all of the things that has been bottled in and bottled out. I think is going to come up and out in a way that is going to have a profound impact on our future and our reality. And I absolutely believe that we will have victory. But I would not prefer us to go there under pressure and to have to take on that level of aggression in order to get shit moving how it should. But I don't see us doing the work without the pressure. I think we've identified too much with individualism. I think we have become too complacent on the system. I think we've become too dependent on the system. I think we have become too relaxed. I think we have a big chunk of our community believes in this. All we got to do is pull our bootstraps up. I just think that too much luxury and convenience have been introduced to the system, and Black and brown people have taken rest and they don't want to get the fuck up, and they just want to remain fanciful and want to remain hopeful and just rely on hope instead of relying on action and relying on the facts and relying on what actually is the actuality and the severity of the fucking issue. So I just don't think we have the numbers, and I don't think we have the motion at this point to bring it all together. It's going to hit the fan. It's going to hit the fan. This Matrix is going to hit an all-time extreme, and it's not going to be until the final hour that Cinderella finally finds her other glass slipper. But we will get that final glass slipper. But I do think it's unfortunate that it's going to take that level of pressure, and it's going to take that level of dictatorship and fascism and that level of just that level of political and economic violence to drive us to full-on confrontation. But it's that civil war is at hand. It's at hand. and it's going to bust out of its seams if we do miss this mark. And I think we're going to. I do think we're going to. I don't have any confidence in the fact that we're going to wake up. I feel that we're only going to wake up right before the clock strikes 12, when damn near everything has been taken, when damn near everything has been stripped from us, when they bring us to our knees. It's the only time that we're going to find the strength to stand the fuck up fully and to swing with all of our might. And because we are them niggas and we are them people, once we do swing, we're going to swing away with the power of fucking Thor and obliterate the fucking system, but it's probably not going to be aroused until it's the final hour. And I hate that we're them people. I hate that it takes tragedy. I hate that it takes trauma. I hate that it just takes, the most extreme shit to happen before we are lucid. But that is that is what I expect. I don't know about y'all. How do you feel about it, Em?
It's so funny that you're saying this. I love being up here with CNC Music Factory. I have watched you and Sin go back and forth so many times. I've really been I've been thinking about this a lot, and I've been thinking exactly the same thing. I do follow Kimberly Nicole Foster. I watched her entire video with all the numbers on Biden, who's been trailing Trump in the polls for a year and a half.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not going to change. And I think the same thing. I think that we're black diamonds, and black diamonds take the greatest amount of pressure for that coal to be broken through and to form that black diamond. And I'm like, I don't look forward to it. I think it's going to be civil war either way. Yeah. I think either way the election goes, and I think it's going to have to come to that point because this system is going down. It's on its last legs. Mm-hmm. And so even if somehow we do pull through in 4 months, we got 4 months, I think that either way we go, the whole thing is gonna go up in flames. But I think the same thing. I think that unfortunately we're not going to come through as a community. There's too much division, and it's going to take people being in a world of hurt.
Yeah.
And I do think we're going to come through, and our ancestors are waiting for us. God is waiting for us to rise the fuck up. And it's like, okay, well, it's fuck around and find out for everybody. Everybody can fuck around and find out.
And to be honest, I know that the ancestors are driving it to a more aggressive posture because, the reality is black and brown people, we have practiced a lot of, we've been very civil, really, in all actuality, with the powers that be. We have really played nice with the system. We've participated in what they have created as a voting system to create change. We have gotten the scholarships, gotten the certificates, taken advantage of all of the governmental resources to advance ourselves in education in order to become the judges and the lawyers and the teachers, and to break up segregation and all of this and all of that. We have been so reasonable in trying to not make the country black people's, but to just have our fair share of the pie and to have access to our inheritance and to what is also factually and historically owed to us as well as a result of what has been done to us psychologically and materially. But even with all of the great feats of the civil rights, what we have also seen alongside that and living alongside that is a very narcissistic authoritarian consciousness that is white patriarchal capitalism, and that at best it is really only interested in giving us enough to feel like we have a chance, rather than giving us the full reparations that we're owed. And I'm not sure if I also believe that we should continue to be sophisticated and classy in trying to reason with this system, because it's clear to me at this point that the system is not interested in giving Black people what Black and brown people actually need and what we actually deserve. And that whatever is there is more than likely going to have to be taken. If it was going to be given, if it was going to happen, if it was going to be provided, we are hundreds of years out from when it should have been delivered. The delivery date is centuries out. And we're still waiting on Amazon to pull up without order. It's centuries out. So when I think about going about refining the system, the way that our forefathers are, I'm glad that they practiced all that they practiced and they did it how they did it, because it has given us an understanding of what ain't gonna work and what is gonna work. And we're still fighting the same demons that they're fighting, because once again, they were under the impression that this narcissism could be reasonable. And all of our tactics to appeal to that narcissism by showing them that, oh, we could be like you. We're smart. We're competitors in this system. We can create our own. We're sophisticated. That didn't work. They bombed Tulsa. They bombed Black Wall Street. The Ku Klux Klan, the American government, all those powers galvanized together and destroyed the liberating efforts of Black and brown people. Then when we went to the extreme to counter that with Black supremacy, they turned us into a terrorism group and employed the same violence and targeting. But if I had to choose between trying to prove to the system that we deserve it and continuing to act versus just committing to an aggressive posture and demanding it and going and taking it, at this point, I prefer to just take it. I prefer to take it. I prefer for us to take it. I really don't think that anything is going to change without it, without taking it. I don't know how many more centuries and how many more decades of peaceful protesting and civil boycotting we need. I don't know how many more degrees we can get. We had an onslaught of Black female judges end up mysteriously unalived and floating down rivers and dead in their apartments once they became esteemed. We can't even protect the Black and brown people who get within reach of change because the system assassinates and the system disposes, all out disposes with explicit violence those Black people who are a threat to the system as well. I mean, isn't this how Dr. King and how Malcolm X and so many of our prior activists ended up washed in rents? Whether it was the white man doing it himself or getting other Black and brown people to do it for them. I just don't believe that talking to this principality is going to be the resolve. And that insurrection that happened in 2022, 2023, whenever it happened, showed me from the Proud Boys to that insurrection, proved to me that white people are still willing to employ classic violence in order to regulate this motherfucking shit. And white people, modern contemporary pale people, are to this day prepared to take it. They're prepared to maintain the status quo. They're prepared to put their lives on the line. They're prepared to send their troops straight into the Capitol. White people to this day are with all of the same shits.
And they
of the slave masters of yesterday.
They said if Trump don't get in, there'll be bloodshed.
Of course they will. Because guess what happened during the trial? White people were setting themselves on fire outside of the courthouse in the name of protecting their leader. That should let us know what time it is for real out here. And that is going to take a lot more than niggas in their suits and niggas with their Bibles in their hand and niggas with their degrees in their pockets. There is a level of aggression, of immense aggression, that's going to have to be implemented into our strategy to navigate this system. And with Project 2025 being everything that everybody is saying that it fucking is,
they've already nailed, hammered the first nail, because with that last Supreme Court, that last SCOTUS ruling, this is not a democracy anymore. American Civics 101, we have an executive branch, legislative, and judicial, and the whole point was to have checks and balances. The executive is the president, legislative is Congress, judicial is the court system. And what the Supreme Court did recently is they basically changed the balance of power so that with the immunity of the president going forward, that's not accountable to anything and that is a dictator. So we technically don't have a democracy anymore. This civil war it's been underway and it's just escalating. So I agree with you.
I want to play something. Let's listen to this. Fair use, of course.
But we begin tonight with Project 2025 and the Republican plan to impose repressive measures on every single one of us. Now, we talk a lot about this looming threat from Project 2025 on this show, but tonight, we're going to start laying out exactly what these people have in mind for you, your families, your friends, and your children, starting with their plans for the Department of Education, a federal department that Republicans have hated ever since it was created by President Jimmy Carter.
President Carter today signed into law a bill establishing a new federal department. It's the Department of Education, something he had promised in his 1976 election campaign. It will be the 13th cabinet-level agency of the government. It will take over 150 or more educational programs now in the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare.
Republicans despise the Department of Education for a number of reasons. One reason, it's easier to sell terrible Republican policies to a compliant public that's not getting a quality education from a weakened public school system. Another reason is the department's mission to foster equal access to education by prohibiting discrimination and ensuring equal access. That runs counter to what Christian nationalists want, which is de facto segregation. Now, before I go any further, You have to remember that after the Supreme Court banned school segregation in 1954, not everyone, including people like Bull Connor, the Commissioner of Public Safety for Birmingham, Alabama, just rolled over and accepted that ban. In fact, they threatened to shut the schools down rather than integrate them. And scores of white families who didn't like the idea of their kids commingling with Black kids began to flee whatever schools were forcibly integrated en masse, leaving schools like the high school famously integrated in Little Rock, Arkansas, almost 100% Black. This white flight birthed the Christian right movement and fueled their push to create private, sometimes church-sponsored schools that became taxpayer-funded private schools imposing religious doctrines to a select class of typically middle-class or upper-class white students. These were more commonly known as segregation academies. And they became really common because the federal government helped enforce strict plans like busing and denying tax-free status to whites-only schools to continue combating segregation, which brings us to today. It's important to understand what the Department of Education does for you and your kids. Among the things it does is student lending, Pell Grants, something called IDEA, which is basically federal funding for families with children with disabilities, and Title I, which is funding used solely to ensure that all kids, regardless of income, can acquire a quality education. And they keep civil rights data on things like the levels of racial integration in schools. All of that is in danger. Trump's henchmen want to eliminate the Department of Education. They want to create block grants to funnel tax dollars to private and religious schools to basically make white flight a taxpayer-funded benefit. They want to scale back enforcement of civil rights laws like Title IX, which prohibits gender-based discrimination. They want to enact a Parents' Bill of Rights modeled on Moms for Liberty, the book banning group. They want to take federal funding away from schools with curricula, books, or classes that address race, racism, gender, and sexuality. They want to eliminate school administrator positions that oversee DEI initiatives, resurrect the discredited 1776 Commission with the single goal of restoring, quote unquote, patriotic education in schools, North Korea style. Far more sinister is what's buried deep within Project 2025, which any person who sends their child to public school should care about. They want to mandate that all students in schools receiving federal funding must complete the Armed Services Vocational Aptitude Battery. In plain English, that's a military entrance exam. You heard me right. They want to require your kids to take a military entrance exam. If you flip to page 134 of the 900-page Project 2025 manifesto, you'll read this proposal, and I quote, "To improve military recruiters' access to secondary schools and require the completion of the Armed Services and Vocational Aptitude Battery, the military entrance examination, by all students in schools that receive federal funding." And guess who would be exempt from that requirement since they don't get federal funds? Private school kids. You feel me now? Look, my kids are grown adults, but do you feel comfortable having your babies handed over to the military industrial complex so King Trump can use and discard them like old shell casings? Maybe sign them up to use on American streets to shoot protesters because he's promised to do that. Or use them to round up brown migrants, to herd them off to the deportation camps that he's promised to build, or fight in his migrant fight club, or fight in some random war he starts to help out his friend Vladimir Putin or Kim Jong-un or whatever other madness he dreams up. Now, of course, Trump never mentions any of this because it's not exactly politically popular to tell the world you want to take money from poorer kids who want to go to college and take grants away from kids with disabilities and promote an education system styled on communist systems like North Korea, China, and Russia, or make school kids take a military entrance exam while letting the kids in segregation academies slide. But that's exactly what Trump and his Project 2025 friends want to do.
I'll pause it right there. A big problem for me with this idea that things are getting better is that loads of Black and brown people are being swallowed up and exterminated spiritually and physically and emotionally as we slow walk to victory. For me, there's no way of getting around an aggressive posture, especially if you're present and you're considering that even those of us who feel like, because to me, even the idea that, oh, things are getting better is a very privileged perspective, because people with the least access, people who lives are the least together, certainly don't feel that way. This hell is already their reality. It's time to move expeditiously, and it should have happened eons ago.
Conscious, can I say something about the people who say they care about the kids?
Oh, sure. Mm-hmm.
So when Trump had the first concentration camps, because that's what they are, and trust and believe they're not going to just be detaining immigrant people and children. And when he was separating children from their families at the southern border, there were journalists who continued to follow up. And I think it was at least 2,300, all kinds of children went missing and were not reunited with their family. And the number I saw was 2,300. I actually grew up in Arkansas, 40 minutes from Central High. And when I was in elementary school in the 80s, all the white kids left to go to those church segregation academies. So I grew up with that. So I know exactly what they're planning to do. So it came out later on that those children they were sold into sex trafficking because the ideal age actually for people wanting to have screw people is 12 to 13. They want to screw children, and this is men primarily, even though women are involved in it too. So those children were either being labor trafficked. They got these immigrant children working in these factories against child labor laws, dying, losing limbs. But some of them were probably sold into sex work. So that number is going to skyrocket exponentially. Don't get it twisted. There's already all kinds of missing Black children and teenagers in cities all over this country. Most of them are probably being sex trafficked. Pedophilia is rampant. It's not about, and pedophilia has nothing to do with sexuality or sexual orientation at all. It has to do with demonic control and soul murder. And I'm a survivor of molestation, of incest. So I've been through many dark nights of the soul. And I'm telling you, this is what's about to go down. So for those of you who say that you care about the kids, you better get on it, because they're about to be sex trafficked like we've never seen in the world, except for the start of colonization and 246 years of slavery.
Remember when Trump, well, I'm just going to read this article from GQ. And thank you for sharing that. Trump on abused immigrant children, they're not innocent. In April of 2017, when Donald Trump ordered his first missile strike in Syria, the president said that he was moved by the images of children unalived in suspected chemical attacks. It was a rare moment of Trump being moved by compassion, and it hasn't been replicated. Now, the Trump administration and John Kelly in particular have been criticized for its decision to break up families crossing the border illegally and for their careless planning about what to do with those children once they're shoved into detention centers on military bases. But Trump is doubling down, claiming that those children are nothing more than criminals of the future, per the Washington Post. Trump's not alone in thinking that. Remember when Trump had those kids, had the kids of refugees put into those detention centers, and then it was coming out that those children were being abused, those children were being violated, those children were being essayed by military staff, etc. Some of those kids even went missing, etc. They never were reconnected to the families that they were ripped from, who was trying to come into the country for a better life. Kind of honestly forgot why the hell I brought this up and what the hell I was connected it to. But when we're talking about, once again, it's getting better, it's really hard to value it getting better when in between the journey from Egypt to the promised land, so much innocent blood is being shed. Once again, there's so many people who, in between the journey from Egypt to the promised land, are not even going to make it because they are being subjected to the corruption of the system every day of every hour. And what do we do about that? Because it's not enough for me to sit comfortably in my lawn chair with the luxury of feeling like I'm going to have a okay ride to the journey, to the promised land. What about all these other motherfucking souls? What about all these other Black and brown people who, to your point, Sin, to your point, M, are being subjected to human trafficking, once again, being subjected to this disproportionate system, to this lopsided ass criminal justice system, who are, because once again, we know that society is broken down into classism hierarchies and caste systems. So I always feel like every day I'm always ready to topple over the whole shit, because I realize I have the privilege of being reasonably comfortable. But that's just not a reality for so many more of our fucking people. And we need to save people now. Like now. And if it's going to take Project 2025 to like come flooding in, if it's going to take Project 2025 to do that, at this point, I'm just sitting on ready. And I'm ready. And I'm okay with all hell breaking loose if it means, some permanent and indefinite change for the future. But it's ass kicking time. And Project 2025 is going to bring Black and brown people and a lot of communities to a point of non-negotiation. Time to do away with all the motherfucking talking. And it's time for some reclaiming of time, in the words of Maxine Waters. I see that you're here, Intersex. Welcome to the platform, boo. What are your thoughts?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, loud, live, and in color.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm getting ready for work. I know you heard my alarm and stuff.
Yeah.
Hello, everyone. But I came up just to say, remember we had a conversation. I don't remember when it was, but it was a conversation, and I was telling you that it's been rumors for like the past 6 years that that the Obamacare back in the day that took care of trans people's surgeries, that it was a plan for it, that I don't know how to say this because I don't want to ruffle nobody's feathers. So it took me a long time to hit the link, but basically,
Mm-hmm.
the people they basically gave that opportunity for trans people to like everything y'all talking about when we get here, the ones that didn't take advantage of getting surgeries would not be respected, and the ones that went in and took and got their surgeries would have no issues once we get to 2025. Do you remember this conversation?
Mm-hmm.
So I just wanted to bring that up. Um, I hate having conversations like this sometimes because some of the words was worded on it was if I apologize if this offend anyone. Um, I apologize in advance. The ones who's really trans women would take advantage of getting surgery, and the ones that didn't, they're not trans, and they just wouldn't have no rights. So this has been rumors. Like I have friends and family members that work in the community, and it was I believe it was like 2018 and 19 that yeah.
I know. That was a commercial. Go ahead.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
It was I believe it was 2018 and 19 when these things just kept coming up when I was visiting my friends and like different community things that help like women of trans experience, like they have like what is called the yellow cab. They had like cabs tickets for like women of trans experience or trans people who don't feel comfortable taking public transportation. It was just like different programs that help the community. And while I was in these programs, they were discussing some of these things.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about it? He said, mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm sorry. I got a trillion things happen. Okay, say that last part again. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You said the last part?
Yeah.
It was just attacking like everything that y'all was speaking about. It made me think of
Mm-hmm.
that. And it was just attacking like different programs like for um maybe people of trans experience who doesn't feel comfortable getting on transportations and stuff like that,
Yeah.
like would have programs like funding them and stuff. So it was these programs that were like on the urge of getting canceled or no funding coming, and they were speaking about these things. And I just had friends that's in, and they had spoke to it to me. But I also wanted to bring up. I was scared to bring this up, but I noticed that most most trans advocates have had SRS. So it
Mm-hmm.
was just interesting to me that that conversation was brought up, and I started to notice those things.
Okay, so because I honestly kind of missed the first part too a little bit.
I
But
was like, hold on, did I
because
explain it right?
I had folks texting me that I was trying to find this video, and then there was like a bunch of stuff going on at one time. But so, like you're saying that there is also an undertaking that's happening in the trans community where programs and resources are being attacked and defunded and
Hmm.
a demolition.
Yes. And did you hear the beginning part?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I was
Mhm.
basically saying, remember me and you had a conversation. I believe the conversation started when Maddie first got her name changed and stuff. And we
Mhm.
were having a conversation. And I was like I have friends that work in the community, and they
Yeah.
were telling me that the women or the men of trans experience who doesn't take advantage of um the surgeries that the government is funding, once 2025 happen, they are going to be the ones who lose their rights. And it goes in with like the bathroom and everything else. So like I've just summed it down to make a long story short.
I mean, so what you're basically just saying is that like Project 2025 is going to impact obviously the LGBT community as well, particularly the trans community as well. And things are going to get worse than what they are, because there's already an attack on these organizations and on these legislations that were initially put in place to provide some leverage and some resource and some safety and some access. And 2025 is pretty much going to just unravel the entire things, and every community is going to be dealing with the scathing effects of living within a right-wing conservative reality, a deeply right-wing conservative reality.
Yeah.
I imagine us going back to box television screens and to looking at reality in black and white. When I think about Project 2025. I don't know what to say. Intersex other than, I mean, it's like, it's time that like we gotta, it's like Sin was saying, like everybody was saying, I mean, ideally, preferably, this would be the time for us to identify as one single celled organism. This would be the time for us to become one nation under God. This would be the time to all the Avengers to assemble, because everybody ass is now on the line, and we could use that to bridge the gap, like M was saying, and to become one in this moment. Or we can continue to major in the minors and usher in the dark ages of the country all over again. And then there's only one way out once we're in, and that's by way of fire. The walls will be cemented all around us. And this has been a long time coming. They already been bringing back legislation that of Jim Crow, like in Mississippi and a lot of southern states. They've been secretly ushering in the societal jail cells, metaphorically speaking, again. While we've been on the surface fighting about a bunch of bullshit. I want to play a part of this video from Kimberly Foster. She's one of my favorite content creators. She was speaking about Joe Biden. Some people might find her commentary to kind of be discouraging. But I did also see her commentary earlier today. I think that M had mentioned Kimberly's video a few ago. I want y'all to listen to a little bit of this. How long do you have intersex?
To 9:30.
Okay, cool. Okay, yeah. Okay, so
can you mute me? Because for some reason I can't mute myself.
Okay. I'm gonna mute you, and I'm also, I just want us to listen to a little bit of this, and I want to get y'all thoughts on this. And I'm interested in what Ray thinks about Kim's commentary too. All right, I'm just going to show y'all her first, just to give y'all a visual. This is Kimberly. I love her to death. She's one of the content creators that Nicki Minaj had virtually assaulted last year when Nicki Minaj was on that like alleged coked out rampage online, sending the goddamn barbs on like the King of Reeds, and was just terrorizing everybody. Kimberly Foster was amongst those content creators. Y'all also may know her as For Harriet. But this is going to be audio only, of course, covered by fair use. So let's check this out.
That we have, that Joe Biden is behind in the polls, and there is no indication he can recover. They see in all of the data that we have that Joe Biden is behind in the polls, and there is no indication that he can recover. About how deeply damaged a candidate Joe Biden is. I'm going to start by putting some numbers on the table because, again, I am worried that the Democratic Party fanatics, aka stans, are not in touch with reality. Every source I reference here is going to be linked in the description bar below. Right now, Joe Biden's approval rating is 37%, though I did see a write-up in the New York Times today where Nate Cohn, a statistician, a pollster for New York Times Siena, said it's 36%. So let's just say it's between 36 and 37%. That is a horrible number. It is a horrific number. It's a number about as bad as it ever got for LBJ during the worst parts of the Vietnam War. It is a number almost as bad as it ever got for Jimmy Carter, George H.W. Bush. Well, actually, I think it's worse than George H.W. Bush. Donald Trump got a little bit lower. A 37% approval rating is a catastrophe. It is an emergency. This is a graph from 538. As you can see, over time, Biden's approval rating has fallen off the cliff. So let's remember the people who I referenced earlier, LBJ, Jimmy Carter, George H.W. Bush, and Donald Trump were all one-term presidents. The precedent for sitting presidents who have approval ratings in the 30s is not good. And by the way, Gaza did not do it. As you can see from this graph, the favorability, the approval rating was already cratering before October of 2023. So let's just go generally to favorability.
What's your credit card debt balance?
Pay them bills, Kimberly. Pay them bills, baby.
Start implementing today.
Shout out to Kimberly.
Currently, Joe Biden has a lower favorability than Donald Trump. These graphs are also from 538. According to Gallup, it hasn't always been this way. Right after the election in 2020, Biden's favorability was 55%, while Trump's favorability was 42%. So it makes perfect sense that voters would opt for Biden. People just liked him more. But despite that significant gap in favorability, the margins of Joe Biden's win in November 2020 were actually much smaller than the statisticians, the pollsters predicted. But he got it out, right? Like, he still did it. It happened. But again, think about how his favorability has cratered. Let's move on. In addition to Biden's approval rating and favorability rating cratering over the last couple of years, Gallup also says that Democratic Party identification has decreased since Joe Biden has been in office. It's now at a record low of 27%. Now, we are in an exceptionally polarized time. So the cratering of the party identification, the divergence, the explosion of independent party identification is to be expected, but it's just something to think about here. If you've heard that Biden supporters of all stripes, from the staunchest, hardest partisans to the political journalists, to the New York Times people, the Washington Post people, the former Obama aides, if you have heard that those people are freaking out after that debate, it's because they see in all of the data that we have that Joe Biden is behind in the polls, and there is no indication that he can recover. Empirically, Democrats are in a much worse place now than they were in both 2016 and 2020. This time in 2016, Clinton was ahead of Trump. Now, the pollsters had to go back and say, oh, we undercounted. Our methodology systematically undercounted the Trump voters, so we're going to have to adjust it. They have subsequently made their adjustments. But also in 2020, Joe Biden was ahead as well. So let's take a look at that. These are the polling averages from 2020, and we're comparing them to the polling averages in 2024. Obviously, I made this little graphic a couple of days ago, but you can see there's some big swings, and those swings should inspire deep concern. I made that graphic Tuesday before I saw the Puck News report that polling from the highly trusted Democratic research firm Open Labs indicates Biden's numbers are now even worse in swing states. Sorry, I need to make this big so I can read this, because this is important. This is reporting from Peter Hamby in Puck News, published July 2nd, 2024.
Any thoughts so far? It's looking bad.
Yeah, I have some thoughts, CTV. I think that with the polling, I think Joe Biden's favorability rating is probably even lower, because I don't think these folks taking these polls had a large representative number of like Black men that they were polling. And I think that overall, because there's a lot of ego involved with Joe Biden staying in the race, and he clearly has advanced dementia. Now, I would rather choose Dementia Joe than Demonic Donald's. We not between a rock and a hard place. We between a rock and hell. But I'm just very disappointed because so many people are still playing the ego game. And I think on a really deep spiritual level, this is about a colossal ego death that needs to happen collectively across that whole continuum. And one thing that people never say in these conversations about God and religiosity is the first spiritual law is we have free will. God does not infringe on our free will in any spiritual or religious doctrine. And the path to hell is paved with all these different groups trying to mollywop and monkey stomp all over everybody else's free will. But it's also this ego. Like, I've seen accounts of people who support Joe Biden and say, we owe him this. We don't owe him anything. It's like Kimberly, I'm just regurgitating her talking points. This is not about any one person. This is not about a man who is incapacitated, who has been living in privilege for all his life. He already had one term as president. We don't owe him anything. They are supposed to work for us. This is about our freedom. This is about our humanity. And I don't think that we have generations to keep fucking around. I think if we don't get this stuff right, we're going to self-annihilate. And the planet is just going to kick us off. That's what I think. So I just think that it's too much ego involved on all sides. I don't think Joe Biden is evil and just on the dark side like the Republicans and Trump are, but it's still on that ego continuum, and everybody needs to get that ego death like Drake is getting right now. It's just that looks like where we're heading to me.
So riddle me this, because I'm not a politicky person. I don't participate in politics. I've never voted a day in my life. Eat me. But I was surprised that people were as shook about Joe Biden's poor performance during the presidential debate because, well, after the debate, I mean, the debate was bad optically, but I still felt like the reason people felt like Joe Biden lost was because his performance wasn't as strong. Donald Trump was just an articulate liar, while Biden was a struggling truth teller, even though there was some exaggerations on his part too. But nonetheless, after that, his team released a statement, said that Joe was recovering from a sickness and a cold, etc. And then when we saw him continuing on in his campaign and in speaking across the country, etc., it was like, oh, okay, well, Joe was definitely under weather or just recovering, because he was like really lucid in those other campaign events, etc. But Biden also has a vice president. And I don't know why we think that Joe Biden is in this by himself. Like, to your point, M, he is sickly, he is old, but Donald Trump is only like 3 years younger than fucking Biden. And Biden has a vice president that some people love, I guess. And so why do we assume that Joe Biden is just single-handedly pressing gears all by himself, as if he's not incubated within a system of people who are also going to act as his ears and act as his hands and act as his feet and legs. Because like you said, I would rather have a ventilator hooked up as Biden than to have a standalone Trump. Like, I think I said in my last live that I would rather Joe Biden run the country from hospice than to have Trump run the country. They could roll Joe ass in to the White House in a casket, and I would feel safer than rolling in a competent Trump. But Joe Biden is not alone. So why are we like treating Joe Biden, even under his decrepit age, as if he's literally an old man behind the wheel of the car? He's not the only person behind the damn wheel. He's not the only person with a hand on the damn wheel. He has a very young, spunky vice president to help him to steer the road clearly. He has an entire cachet of people that make up his administration. And we all know that presidents are puppets any fucking way. So have we forgotten that, M? Have we forgotten that Joe is not alone?
See, you're asking the questions that other people aren't asking, and even making a point that Kimberly Foster didn't make. And first of all, Kamala Harris could walk on water. She could be the second coming. She's a Black woman. So that is another strike against Joe Biden with who he's got as vice president. And unfortunately, the other side, the agents of chaos, are so convicted in wanting to destroy everything. And they're just more convicted and more on the same page and have a lot more power and money than all of the motley crew that falls under the umbrella of Democrats. We can just talk about of Democrats or of the other side. So, if the shoe were on the other foot, they would be making all kinds of excuses for Donald Trump, because he's not fully competent either. Apparently, he shows signs of first of all, demonic possession, but also cognitive decline. But unfortunately, having a Black woman as the vice president, and the fact that a lot of people don't like Kamala, and Joe Biden apparently doesn't like her. But yeah, I just think the other side has so much more conviction and is very single-minded, like what Stan said and you said. The palm color people, they're going to get information. These white women are having their rights stripped too, willy-nilly, but they're still going to get information. And we are not doing that on our side. I mean, that's what we're talking about right now. So
how do we encourage a community of people who have never felt truly benefited from voting presidentially?
Yeah, it's hard. I go back and forth with it. I believe more in elections at the local level. What I would say at this point is that if we don't show up for this election, we will probably not have another opportunity in the foreseeable future to vote, and that it's life or death. I think it's life or death. I think it's life or death. Everything that to the degree that anyone is able to live, and like Sin was saying, she made more money as a nurse in 2000 than now. It's life or death. Like, everything's going to be taken away. So it's more so, this is just one thing that we're doing among many things to try to come back from the cliff that's overlooking the pits of hell and the abyss. Everything's going to be taken away. Everything. I don't know, if you don't care about your children, if you don't care about the climate catastrophe that we're in, if you don't care about anyone else, whatever little bit we got, all that shit gonna be taken away, and a lot of us are not gonna make it. A lot of us are not gonna survive. They're gonna have all of us in these camps. They gonna have all of us in chains. We're gonna be slaves.
Yeah. So
We're gonna be slaves. We're gonna be slaves.
So all that means is that I got 4 months to get my dual citizenship in order. Let me go down there and renew my goddamn passport.
So I'm gonna stay here for the.
I'm about to passport bro on y'all like a motherfucker.
See, I got too many family here. They just, I don't know. I don't know.
You know, that's what they got FaceTime for, yeah.
That's true.
That's what they got.
I'll be going down to Mexico. I'll be going down to Mexico all the time. I speak Spanish. You know, I got a little spot I can go to.
It ain't no way in hell. You know, so funny. I've been hearing all year, get the fuck out of the country, get the fuck out of the country. And this was before I even started hearing Project 25 echoed. And then as soon as this whole Project 2025 shit landed in my lap, I was like, oh, this is why the holy daughter been telling me to get the hell up out of this motherfucker, because I just got a feeling we're going to miss the mark. And it's going to be hell era. And the only relief is going to come from people getting the fuck off the boat altogether. If white folk were wanting black people to go back to where the hell they came from, which was every part of the damn world is where black and brown people came from. But, you know, back to Africa, then Project 2025 probably is going to depopulate the country largely, honey. Like, if they wanted black people to get the hell on, this is one hell of a way to raise the temperature, because I damn sure would be willing to get the hell on. This is going to be wild. I think I'm going to have to come back and do a separate commentary on Project 2025, and we dig our teeth into everything going on here. I would like to continue to explore the findings of Kimberly Foster, because I think she did a great job with her commentary as it relates to her coverage of the polls and this 2020-25 madness and where things are. There's a lot to discuss. I might bring some of my folk who are like political heads into the discussion.
And I want to respond to the chat. I think what it's referring to, Kamala Harris, we already know the folks they had in the White House, neither one of them come from American black parents on their black side. I'm talking about the way the white folks see her. Child, the white folks see her as a nigga. They see her as black. I'm not talking about, I get it, I understand. I'm not talking about the way we see her in nuanced ways. They see her as a black woman, child. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. They don't see her as biracial when she's the vice president. They see her as a black woman. The white folks.
Intersex asked me if she heard correctly. Yes, you heard correctly, babes. I've never voted a day in my life. You know, I'm a very spiritual based person. So, you know, changing the world has always been like a grassroots and very personable for me. So changing the world has always involved like my contribution to changing the world has been in literally treating people right and being kind and communal to my fellow man and extending my actual resources to like real life people and providing housing and funding and food and shelter and love and care. I've literally like taken in people off the literal fucking streets, like people who literally came out of the wilderness, you know, into my home. I've done a lot of extreme things in the name of literally just creating a safe space for human beings. And I have been one of those black and brown people who has just not seen the power, not presidentially, but I definitely do believe in local voting. I think that if there's any voting that is really significant, it certainly is local voting. But I've never participated in that either. It just has never been a conviction of mine personally. But I'm all for team everybody else voting down to the ground. And maybe there will come a point where I will vote. But at this point, I'm not even sure how I don't want to say voting is going to not be effective, but I just feel like we all are going to have to do whatever we truly feel called to as it relates to our angle on the chessboard, our particular reserve spot on the chessboard. We're going to have to all just commit to that, whatever that is. I do not believe that everybody is called to do the same thing, but whatever it is, everybody is called and feel led and compelled to do. We're going to have to do that. You know, legs don't do what arms do, and arms don't do what heads do, and heads don't do what feet do. But wherever part of the body you are, it's just time to work. Whatever part of the body you are. I don't agree voting is important no matter what. Yeah, I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying that it's something I don't do. I don't dissuade people from voting, but I also don't allow people to persuade me to vote. It's just not what I do, and I ain't gonna do it unless I get it from the Lord, and the Lord ain't gave it to me to motherfucking vote. And voting ain't been serving none of y'all either, clearly, or you wouldn't be here feeling like it's the end of the fucking world. And we're less than 4 months out from a major election, and already a large chunk of the body is not in alignment. So, the equity on those who are pro-vote is at all-time low right now because the results are not yielding, baby. But nonetheless, continue. Yeah, it's exactly. And y'all be forgetting that, you know, voting is a right that I have the right to not use as well. Like I said, I'm more of a spiritual person, and that's just by nature. And I honestly wish a lot more people would not just solely focus on voting, which for those of you who believe in voting, and if y'all believe that the system is genuine and all of that shit, have at it. But even alongside that is we need to prioritize contributing to creating like community for ourselves outside of government this, government that. We need to be growing our own foods. We need to be creating our own food pantries. We need to develop in our own coalitions and safe spaces for the Black and brown people we have direct access to. We need to be cleaning up the homeless and the poverty in our own communities by way of community gardens and coming together and figuring out how we can feed the communities in which we exist in. We need to be coming together and forming neighborhood watches and figuring out alternatives to involving a racist police system to get involved in community issues. Like, there's a lot of shit that we can also take into our own hands. And I don't want us thinking that the ability to vote and to have access to a fucking government is where the sole remedy is. It's never going to remove or totally replace the space that's also being provided to us to get directly involved in the world that we're in the world that we envision. So just like it can be argued that I can balance out my community advocacy and involvement with voting, those who are voting need to work on balancing, also putting some effort and some footwork to being hands-on in the communities that they exist within and that they live in proximity to. I think it just needs to be balanced on all sides. But I think we should never put all of our eggs in the basket of the government. But government certainly plays a role in the grand scheme of things, especially when we're talking about rights and we're talking about taxes and we're talking about an economy and we're talking about the larger system or the larger umbrella that we all fall under, etc. But yeah, it's a balancing act. It's a balancing act. But ultimately, like, we gotta move and we gotta get into action. I want to thank M and Sin for coming up. I gotta get out of here, you guys. I'm gonna come back and we're getting to 2025. Ray, I'll probably contact you on Instagram to let you know when I'm going to have that show. And if you guys know some people who would be interested in being a part of that conversation, Project 2025, voting, where do we go? What do we do, honey? Then bring them to the conversation, please. And I'll set up a watch page and everything so that you guys can know and set aside time to be a part of that show. And we get it crack-a-lacking. Any last words, Em, before we wrap up?
Just thank you to everyone. Thank you to Sin and Intersex and everyone here. I don't know. I feel that I was called to come out of the bushes.
Hell yeah.
And come outside and helping to spread the word, and we'll see. I really appreciate having this space, and I'm always here lurking.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that you done came into the house shy. You done came to a window, honey.
I did. I came to the window.
Hey, no, thank you. It was an amazing. Thank you for your contribution, and definitely. What times are you typically available? Are you typically available at nights or in the mornings, or like what's your?
I'm available. I'm a night owl, but I'm always available at any time. and I get the I do get the notifications as soon as you go live, and I
Okay,
hop
good.
on. Yeah,
Okay, good.
anytime.
Okay, cool. Okay, well, I'll set the watch page for. I don't know when I'm gonna do it, but it's gonna be before this week is out for sure. So I'll just let y'all know, and as soon as y'all see that watch page, then y'all set y'all reminders and everything. And follow me on Instagram if y'all need to correspond with me personally. Y'all can always hit the DMs or just email me at consciouztv@gmail.com and all of that. And I hope you guys have a wonderful hump day.
You have a wonderful hump day too, honey.
All right.
And let me know when you
Yes.
do that healthcare and what that's gonna look like, especially for Black and brown people.
Yes.
You're gonna have to be. I'm gonna need to be included in that conversation.
Yes, for sure. Yeah, I'll definitely hit you up soon and let you know. So I'll keep y'all all informed and everything.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, boo. You guys have a wonderful, guys. You just conversation always transforms, honey. But the secret transphobia, we need to have some really honest conversations. To clear a lot of this stuff is going to take a level of self-awareness. This society has been indoctrinated to be homophobic and transphobic as fuck. There's just no way around that. You've been bred and been conditioned to other the fuck out of queer people and to find queer people disposable and to prompt queer people up as props rather than to recognize that we have an actual humanity as well, and that we're not just here to shuck and jive, and we're not just here to cut a fucking fool, but that we're actual people and we want a dignified existence like anybody else. And because we haven't been able to have that, we've had to counteract that with pride and with the civil protest and through legislation, which are all things unnecessary. No community, especially minority community, should have had to do that. Black people should not have had to do that. Women's community should not have had to do that. LGBT folk have not had to do that. Indigenous folk should not have had to do that. But we had to do it because it's indicative of just how narcissistic and self-obsessed dominant society is, and how committed people are to wanting to maintain what they consider to be generally normal, and everybody else who has not fit within that normalcy construct has had to fight to be humanized in the system. The people who have not been seen as humans have had to aggressively assert themselves into the space for their share of life and liberty. And we're never going to really clear the issue of racism, the issue of sexism, the issue of gender inequality, the issue of homophobia, of bigotry, if we don't take a hard, uncomfortable look at ourselves and then hold ourselves accountable for creating a better world and creating a better version of ourselves to be in that motherfucking world. And this situation with Unwind with Opioids and T.S. Madison is a receipt of the underbellies and the remnants of transphobia that is in this contention, not just between Tasha and Maddie, but just in the natural born and trans and the LGBT and natural born world. We got to do better. And we got to realize we're all in this shit together. As the powers that be always make us aware of, baby, that while we thinking we all on different sides of the same shit, everything they always plan on doing involves grand sweeping all of our asses up. So it's time to wake up, time to unite, time to do better. And yes, I hope that Maddie, you retire unhinged. She will never be on your level. She is driven by hate. She's driven by envy. She is a traumatized woman who seeks no real healing, and she will never be anybody who can be happy, in fact, for any motherfucking body. She's anti-woman, she's anti-humanity, she's anti all of that shit. And at this point, she is very undeserving of your motherfucking attention. She's been reduced to Casper the Friendly Goddamn Drunk Ghost, and let her ass bounce and run to and fro that goddamn spirit box she calls a damn set. And that be that, honey. Okay, leave the catfish to do what catfish do in the sea, child. All right. Snatched by Diego. How about you add your damn self to this discussion? Talking about adding another nigga. You add yourself. You hit the damn link. You got something to say about this damn subject matter. You in this damn system with us, okay? You hit the link and make yourself available to be a part of the panel so you can speak about what you think needs to happen and how we can forge, you know, as a united front, honey, to change the direction of the vehicle, because it's going down, Barbie. Oh, let me put Kimberly Foster's link so you guys can watch her commentary. It's only like 35 minutes. I love her. Oh, maybe I'll reach out to Kimberly, see if I can invite her to talk about this, honey. We can get Kimberly Foster up here to talk about her charts, and I think that'd be great stuff. So I'm gonna reach out to Kimberly actually. Okay. I'll see you all later. Have a great hump day. Share, subscribe, tell a friend of a friend of a friend. I love you all. Bye.